say there's the wiki does have, because I have a terrible memory and don't remember anything. There is like a list of prices that I've given for everything on the wiki. And let's see, cloak protection, 120 gold at Volderlands.
Excellent.
Yeah, like if you want that and Fekka's cool with just retconning that I bought that for you, I'd be happy to buy you one.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we already kind of retconned that we were going to let Vasu get one. So yeah, you would have to, like, you would have had to gone back later that night because you had the special order past the first two, but that has all been done anyway. So
I do have like 10. Um, it's possible I can hold off for that for now because like spell scrolls are are more valuable at the moment.
Right.
I just don't know which one. They're like only 15 or 10 each, right?
Yeah, they're about 15 gold each. For a level 1 spell scroll.
Yeah. I think yeah, the Fine Familiar was more expensive because it had material components.
Right, it's got the extra 10 gold built into it.
Mhm.
So that'd be like
So
26.
yeah, first things first, I need to spend 10 gold of my own money, so I'm down to 4 to buy material components for Fine Familiar.
Easy
They
enough.
co- yeah, it's just incense, and like stuff.
Some charcoal and stuff, but the incense is the
Yeah,
expensive part. And
yeah,
you know where to get it. Crazy old
yeah.
Melody's place.
Mel- Yeah, I like Melody. She's a cool grandma. And then I work stuff out with Norda. I'm going to need some money for magic. Do you have any requests? Requests like what magic does.
You know, magic, that thing I do?
Do you know? Yeah, it's basically how we approach this Nordo. It's just like, do you know that thing I do with magic? Yeah, the thing my body produces naturally. Just
You talking about your the magic tricks you like to do, like the ones where you break the walls and stuff?
yes, mumbo jumbo, or as Ace likes to call it.
Sure, I think I know what you're talking about.
The city sells them.
Do all cities sell them?
Not all of them. This one, Brother Bird and I tried to enter this one many times before, but it was difficult.
Understandable. It's a little harder to get around as Reginald than most places. I feel like the
Yeah,
only reason we're getting around at all is because we got ULC with us. So,
it is quite true.
well, you should probably buy all the magic you can while we're here. Whatever you need, you just let me know. I'll chip in.
Thank you, Nordo. It is very difficult. It is like when you are given so many choices, you just cannot decide. So, like, you spend the day probably talking about, and he explains like what kind of magic he can do and which ones might be more helpful later on.
Oh, you're actually asking me to. I see it. Oh no, I understand.
Yeah,
What level spells do you have like access to?
I have up to third level spells.
And I don't know how Theurges works. I mean, you can pick cleric or wizard.
I can start selecting cleric ones after I've learned all the spells.
Jesus.
Yeah, he has to, like, learn all of the spells in a certain list, and then he can start picking other cleric spells. It's real weird.
All right. Well, which spells would Nordo want Nomad to have?
Yeah, he does like if Nordo says something and describes an effect, Norman was like, "There is this spell that does this," and if not, he's like, "There is no such spell that exists that is commercially available."
Well, Nordo definitely likes the idea of slow.
Yeah, it's a third level spell. How much are third level spells, Mike?
Let's see, third level spells.
Actually, before you, yeah, answer that first.
It's gonna be about 40. Yeah, 40 gold.
That's not bad. So yeah, Oh shit! How much is that? That's gonna be like, let's see, 5, 10, 15. Oh my god, that's 200 gold to learn. We can hold on to the scroll for now if that helps, because that's gonna be like kind of rough.
Riddle me this fact. Nordo has no clue, but maybe Nomad would. Would Nomad be able to use sending to send a message to Leah?
Okay.
What is your definition of familiar for that purpose?
I'm glad you asked. I have a huge write-up on it that I did ahead of time because I knew
Yeah.
it would eventually come up. And I forget what my ruling is, so let me go check.
Because if you can, then that would be the only thing that Nordo is interested in.
Another thing I need to learn, which is one of the spells I need. Actually, if I learn this, I can start learning cleric spells for this stuff. Because we ruled that if I learned everything currently available on my list, which I've never been able to because there's so many spells that I need. I only need what do you call this? Augury.
God, I love augury.
Yeah, if I,
Augury is the
Augury is the
best
best.
fucking spell.
how much is augury?
Augury is a first level spell, right? With no special
Second.
components. Second, let's see. You could find augury for 28 gold. You could try to, haggle for it if you wanted,
Yeah.
but that's a baseline price.
Oh yeah, the baseline. Well, it also has a 25 GP like material component, so it
Is
might be a
that
little more expensive.
consumed? I don't think augury consumes it. Especially
Oh
Mark
yeah, it
6
doesn't.
bones or similar tokens worth at least 25 gold.
Yeah, but they're
hmm.
built into the like.
They are. I'm gonna. Okay. I don't know rules are written off the top of my head. I'm gonna say that.
This is why remember when I asked like, is there a wizard around who has it in their spell book, so I don't have
Yeah.
to buy a spell? I think Rodo might. He said he's still offering those services, and we built like a bit of a rapport
I
with
was
him. I
gonna
was
say
wondering.
you guys did a
Yeah.
big transaction with him, and you were pleasant, and he seems kind of easygoing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. If you want to try to get it from Roto, retroactively
Yeah.
while we're waiting for people to show up,
Mhm.
give me a luck check and a persuasion check.
Okay, here's the luck. My persuasion's gonna be bad, so bear with me. Here's luck. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, as soon as you bring it up, he doesn't have it. He's like, I'm
Like, oh no.
man, I'm pretty sure that's like one of them holy spells. I don't really dabble too much with that stuff. I like to just keep it cool, you know? I'm a man
Yeah.
of science, of the arts of the arcane, you know?
Absolutely, but have you heard the new meta of the arc? Augury is now a wizard spell.
Yeah. Go on,
It is based on God.
If Nomad presumably understands how sending would work for a creature that is described to them per your rulings, Nordo would 100% be like, "Oh, if you can do that, I will pay whatever the price."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so jumping back to the familiar thing there, where was it? Sending.
Says the
Describe.
described, I think, matches what Nordo could do for Nomad in terms of Leah.
Yep.
And then it says the spell's message is delivered, but it's obscured, makes it impossible to hear 2d6 of the most important words, and 2d6 of the most important words in the response as well.
God, I'm so glad we get to use
Nordo
this.
will take an unclear message to and from Leah / confirmation that she's dead or alive over, nothing.
We can probably make a better confirmation if I learn detect thoughts and I read your mind.
Yeah, that is, for the record, that is kind of like the baseline to reach the described status. You have to see either a very accurate painting or an illusory reproduction. I would rule that detect thoughts is plenty to qualify for that.
Mhm.
Or somebody could describe it to you if they are very familiar with them, which he is. It's been some time,
Yeah.
but, he was very
I
familiar.
said I haven't
brother,
seen her
just-
in many, many years, but I do have
Yeah.
proficiency in colored pencil kit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know her well. You could describe her. You would include a drawing, and then if you really wanted to, you could also burn detect thoughts. I would say that would get you to at least the described tier. So you'd be able
Yeah.
to send a message, but a lot of it would be cut out.
I, however, do not have detect thoughts. It's on my to-do list, so I have to buy that too.
Excellent.
So, the current list looks like if everyone is okay with it, Here's the list of spells Nomad wishes. For this one is for um. Let's see. This one is for friend Nordo. This one is not slow. Was it sending?
Yes, sending.
Then augury.
Right. So for augury, I'll rule it. I'll tack on an extra 5 gold to the price.
Sure.
Since it, like, normally wouldn't be consumed, but it is consumed now, we'll just make it a part of the normal cost.
Okay. And the last one is Detect Thought. That's a first level spell, right? Detect Thoughts?
I believe it's second, but I really should know this as much as I use it.
You use it a lot.
God, it's like one of my favorite
It's
spells.
like it's your
Second
go-to
level.
spell.
Second level, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's second.
So we got one
So,
first,
like-
one second, one third.
Mm-hmm.
The first has an extra 5 attached to it. The rest do not.
I mean, the second has the extra 5 attached to it.
Detect thoughts? I meant the second
Augury.
level 1 spell. Yeah.
Oh yeah. One of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
So all together, math is hard. 16, 31. And 42. Cool. You can grab a scroll. All 3 of those scrolls for 89 gold.
Excellent.
I shall pay it all.
Yay! I'll add it to my inventory. And the problem is I can't learn any of them currently. But I can cast one if you absolutely need me to.
Oh no, we don't want to waste it like that.
Yeah.
How much gold would it take for you to learn it? Sending.
Oh my god. Sending 150.
I only have 70
being
left.
being a wizard is really
It's
expensive.
expensive as shit, yeah. I learned that real quick on Snips.
Yeah.
How much you
Oh, I don't know. He's got 70 left.
I have 70. We need 150 for him to inscribe sending into his orb.
I can give
Yeah.
you 80.
Oh, that'd be lovely. Also, it's going to cost approximately 6 hours to learn it. So
Next boat ride.
next boat ride, I will learn it for you. Put it in my
Hey, look
inventory.
at that. Perfect timing. You can learn it on our way back to Valdelands. Chop chop, let's go.
Yeah. Chop chop.
Chip chop chip.
Gotta get rid of patches first.
Chip chop.
Oh, right, that guy.
And unlock Manuel's team attack.
Alright, so who do we need? We need Ace and Flick. I believe they both said they were available, but, we can kind of get started. I guess let's, is there any other, in-town business that you guys wanted to do before going into the sewers? That way we can give them time to show up for the sewer fight.
I want to make sure that I send those letters that I wrote out.
Gotcha, let me go. You said
I'll
you
go back
wrote
to the
those
mails.
on the bottom of the letters in the handouts.
Yep. I just attached them to the bottom. I separated them. with
Perfect.
some hyphens.
Okay, awesome. Let me copy those out so I don't forget.
Yeah, because I don't think I can make, new documents on Roll20 myself.
Yeah, I kind of wish there was a way to, give the players the ability to make and especially rearrange and move items so that you could just handle your
That'd
own
be nice.
goddamn inventories.
Absolutely.
But, it's Roll20. They do one update a year and it's never what you want.
They fixed the thing you suggested to them a while ago, by the way.
The issue with the animated sprites?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, still haven't fixed it. They've said we're aware of the problem and we're working towards it, but they have other priorities. I also realize
That's
how
fair.
extremely hypocritical it is for me to complain about software development being slow, so I'm not going to do it anymore. Anyway.
My entire life.
I wasn't going to
Blood,
say anything.
Okay, so you're able to get back up to the post office either that morning or last night. Send both of these off.
Do I get a response?
A response. You're sending a letter. They don't get it immediately. I guess they could if
Tell
they
them
were
to hurry the fuck up!
Vasu, they're falling from the sky. Give them some time.
You would also be aware, so not Voldalance, Eisenmar has these companies. They have a small presence there. But it's not like every street corner like it is here in Voldalance. Voldalance is a very magically adept city, and it's also in mainland Willingquet, which means they have a larger corporate presence. Back in Eisenmar, there's they have a hub in a couple of the larger cities, but they kind of have to, you go out of your way to go check the post office every couple of days to see if there's anything for you. It's not like they have kids sitting on the street corners like they do here. So, they'll get it. And especially since they, sent you a letter, they're probably expecting something in return. But you don't, immediately see a flashing light after they do this.
Did they put a date on the letters? Do I know when they wrote those or when they arrived? Or how long they would wait for me to get them?
Yeah, they probably would. So the one from D... the one from D was 4 days ago.
Okay.
And...
He wrote it 4 days ago, or it arrived and it's been sitting there for 4 days?
He mailed it 4 days ago. It's postmarked from 4 days ago. And then the one from Orinar would be from 6 days ago.
Okay.
And speaking of the one from Orinar, you do still have that little wooden box, and you can hear that there's something rattling inside of it.
Yeah. I know what that is, and I definitely want to take a look at it, but he also instructed me to not bring it near any more stillstones, so I'm like, I want to wait until we're not doing anything and we're settled in for the night, and I'm going to leave all my other stuff in another room and then just, grab Nomad and Gale and be like, hey, leave all your fancy magic shit away from this thing and come look at it. It's kind of weird.
Alright. So you guys kind of find a time where everything is quiet, everybody's settling down before you do the flower fountain. And you just kind of go out to, there's probably a balcony that's pretty far from everything else, and especially far from all of your magical shit. You take this box and you crack it open, and inside, there is a little sliver about the size of, maybe a dollar bill or something in that ballpark. It is a pink stillstone, a long, thin shard of it. It hums a little when you move it around. It vibrates like you're used to. You can tell that there's a little bit of resistance as you try to move it. But it feels weaker than it should for its size. Noticeably weaker than it should for its size. You're able to move it freely and not, hold on to it tight like you normally would have to.
And not explode.
And not exploding, yeah. And you can see that down at the very bottom tip of it, it has developed this dark, dull, opaque pattern that looks... you've seen it enough, and especially with Gale there. It looks a little like lead or graphite or something like that. And it's kind of got just this chalky, powdery texture to it. And it has started to... It's like somebody just dipped the tip of the stone in lead. And it's kind of starting to seep with this root-like pattern across the first half inch or so of the tip of this stone.
So yeah, I'll point that out to Gale, and I'll be like, I don't think they're supposed to be doing that, right?
I don't think so. Have I seen anything like this before?
Give me an Arcana check, or maybe a Nature check.
Can I give the help action to either?
Sure.
With my jeweler's kit proficiency and
totally
growing
fine.
up around these things?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Gale, you've never encountered this happening to a stillstone, but you are able to very quickly confirm that the tip of this is pretty much just lead. It is like the stillstone has been converted to lead, just at the tip.
That sounds bad. This is like some reverse alchemy shit.
Yeah, do I have any ideas of what could have caused this? Do I just think its connection to the weave is being fucked up, or is this something intentional?
The closest thing that you can think of is transmutation magic, where one material is changed into another material. You would know that stillstone is normally pretty fucking resilient against that sort of thing. It is inherently magical, and a lot of magical objects are just innately resistant to magic, and especially transmutation magic. That's the closest thing that you can think of. Is the material itself has just been changed through some method of transmutation, but you've never encountered anything strong enough to transmute stillstone. So it's foreign to you. It's alien to you. Like, you understand the process, but not really how it's being done.
Yeah. I'll relay that to everybody and just, like, yeah, like I haven't seen something powerful enough to transmute a still stone, but as best as I can tell, it seems to be what's happening. It would take a lot to transmute something like this. They're pretty resistant to anything that messes with their physicality like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's kind of the impression that I was getting too. So I forget. Did you say that we did this before I sent the letters back, or
It would have been like the same night.
use this? Okay.
If you
then
want to modify
we-
your letters, you could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if we did this before I sent the letters, I'd add in like a PS. Oh hey, those guys I told you about looked at the rock and they said it's kind of turning to lead. Maybe. We'll talk to you more about it when we come visit.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you.
Love you. Bye.
I don't tell Oronar that. That's a little creepy.
Duly noted.
But what is causing them to turn to lead?
Didn't you hear him? He said it was some sort of fucking crazy powerful transmutation magic.
I know, but what is causing it?
I don't know.
What is the source of this transmutation magic?
I'm the one that asked the questions here.
Boss,
Sorry,
you
I-
think is there
I just
anybody
always wanted to
who's
say that.
especially motivated to try to knock the hooks out of the sky? Do you have any enemies in Eisenball?
We've we've got some squabbles with some other people around, but I think those are mostly swept up under the rug. I don't know. Would you know about any current
Ugh.
enemies?
Give me a history check.
Or would I just suspect elves?
I mean, you're Philo, so you probably suspect elves.
Well, I mean, I do, both in and out of character. Because wasn't the war that my dad fought in against elves?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely I bet it was those damn elves.
Right. Yeah. It's weird. Elves aren't so bad. And I want to roll for history for this.
Sure. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, I said I would do this in game as well. I kind of want to roll for all the
Beetlejuice?
kinds, just that as well. But also, while we're on the topic of it, shoot, where's Nomad? Nomad's name is always stuck in this list of like cone and square.
Oh,
Trying
yeah.
to look for. It's like, where is he? Which other is? There. So the disambiguation of elves. How many kinds of elves are there?
Oh,
Do
God.
they
Too
all
goddamn
act,
many.
Do they act differently? Do they
No, they're
have
all the
different?
fucking same.
Do they have different cultures? And what about the elves in the Underdark? AKA,
They're all just tar on the inside.
Alright, we'll do this one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Vasu, God, you know that, like, you don't really have, like, enemies. I mean, there have been past squabbles, but, like, your day-to-day life, the only real enemies that you are constantly dealing with are, like, tourists who just want to show up and take a rock. Or, occasionally thieves who want to show up and take a rock. It's not like you have some big, like a turf war or anything going on. The closest thing that you can think of, and let me pull this over. Is over, kind of in the southern area of Eisenmar, around Greencastle. There's an ongoing border feud with Ajibiata down near Greencastle, but even that has been kind of stagnant for the past 20 or 30 years. Everybody's kind of just content to say Eisenmar owns Greencastle and Ajibiata owns everything south of that. So, like, there's not really this huge ongoing conflict that you'd be aware of. Nomad. Fuck. Nomad has such a weird 28. You.
See through the vision of like multiple elves who have already died.
Yeah, you would probably be able to recall visions of great thieves and arcanists and magicians who want to harness the power of large still stones for various projects. You would be certain that there are plenty of reasons why somebody would want to steal or move a very large still stone. You probably had fleeting visions of people who've tried it and died in horrible eruptions. You have probably seen multiple visions of people that successfully carve off smaller pieces and get away with it. You even with a 28, you don't really know anything that is specifically targeted towards Eisenmar or the Hook Diamonds. You just know that Stillstone is very valuable, and there are lots of people that like to have it.
Inspiration, really quick.
Oh yeah, good call. Is that what the hand is?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go pull up inspiration. Regardless of the poll results, Nomad gets it for don't hate the flair, hate the brain.
Is that the title of that?
It was the easiest episode title ever.
Yay!
There were a lot of good ones, though.
Ooh, look at this. This is close. Okay. Well, Gale, Ace, and Nordo get inspiration.
Excellent.
It's a big week for inspiration.
It's good because
Inspiration
spent it on
time.
that fight with Phyllis.
I was gonna say, yeah, we burned a bunch of it.
Saved a life. Or didn't make any effect. Depends.
Okay, and then your elf check. Your what the fuck are elves check. Give me another history check. Unless you're specifically interested in like their biology, and then be a medicine check.
So like yeah, the differences of elves and then specifically drow for another one.
Sure.
This is water elf. This is true.
Okay, excellent.
Do I have advantage in that one because I live down there?
Oh boy. I don't think. No, I don't think you would have. I'm thinking real quick. Because I'm trying to remember. You stayed with kobolds for a lot of the time down there, right?
Mm-hmm. Also, we had to avoid those.
Yeah. I mean,
For a reason.
You would have the normal knowledge of an Underdark denizen.
Yeah.
Which is like, I mean, even a 12 is going to get you something. I wouldn't say that you have advantage on it. You didn't like spend time in their society or specifically studying them or anything like that. But anyway, one thing at a time. History 15, just general knowledge about elves. Yes, you would know that there are several different subraces of elves, just like there are multiple subraces of humans and most other species like that. They have... They're all... They're about as diverse as any other race that has diverse subraces. Some of them are a little better at magic. Some of them are a little bit stronger, better at combat. You would know that the two most prevalent ones in just like modern society are High and Wood Elves. And the main distinction there is just their affinity for magic and to some degree their level of integration with human society. Wood Elves tend to be a little more reclusive and feel a little bit closer to their origins, which are Fae, whereas High Elves are a little bit more integrated with society, a little more material. Hey, Ace, what's up?
Good. I just installed my new wireless card, so hopefully it'll be a lot better.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But yeah, fuck, you would know that, like, Elegen are a thing. They're very closely attuned to the elements and the seasons. They are more, all elves are ultimately Fae in origin, but they're a little closer to their original origins. Yeah, you have a standard working knowledge of elves and what they do.
I'm like, do some of them breathe water? And do some of them fly? What the fuck? Do some of them change color?
Is there a reason why we're asking about elves, or is he just being...
We're kind of doing a bunch of, like, knowledge checks and shopping and stuff before we jump into the sewers while we were waiting for everybody to show up.
Well, my favorite enemies is humanoid, so,
It is. If you want to roll a I mean, if Nomad is asking all of this out loud and you want to help him, that
Yeah.
would give you advantage on both these.
Oh, thank you. That'd be great.
I already have advantage, but okay.
Perfect.
Should be 21,
I
24.
give you my. Oh, so who got inspiration this time?
You were one of them.
Yeah.
I might already have it. We'll see.
Give it to somebody else.
Nordo got it. Nomad got it. And was it Gale?
Nordo, Nomad, Gale, and Ace got it.
Who doesn't have inspiration?
Vasu?
Nah, I got it.
Probably Moat and you both, because I think they were the ones who spent
Yeah,
theirs
they-
on the hotel manager.
I say I don't, but I
I'll give
already
it to
have
Moat.
All right, perfect.
Noted. Thank you.
It's not favoritism, I swear.
I mean, I also already have it, so it wouldn't matter.
It's especially not favoritism.
So with the help from Ace, you would probably be aware that there are indeed some elves that are closely attuned to the season of spring and the element of water, who can in fact breathe water, and they're considered to be sort of a precursor race to the Triton. You don't really know a whole lot about them other than that they exist. But yeah, you have standard working. Oh my god, Cat, what are you doing?
Feed me.
For Drow specifically.
24.
Yeah, you would be... Okay, 24. You're aware that they live in the Underdark. You're aware that they have a... There is almost no creature in the entire world that is innately or inherently good or evil, with the exceptions of, like, Celestials. That's pretty much it. However, you would be aware
Infernals?
that there is a very strong bent of Dark Elves towards evil, and some of that can just be attributed to their culture. The way that you have to survive in the Underdark often requires you to do heinous things to other people around you.
It's true.
But there have been studies with the assistance of like divination and magical research that suggest that there is more to it than just culture. And that is a little unusual because that sort of hard external influence over a creature's morality is very rare, again, outside of, like, Celestials. So there are a number of theories, but with the 24, the most prevalent theory, and the story that kind of gets retold but nobody really knows exactly how true it is that they long descended from surface elves but were corrupted by something under the earth. That there are things in the Underdark, or presences, or strengths, or even the presence of gods, perhaps, that just corrupt things as you get closer to the center of the earth. And this sometimes gets linked in with other conspiracy theories that there are great sleeping evils at the center of the earth, or that hell is in the middle of the earth. There are a lot of, kind of bonkers off-the-walls explanations, some of which have a basis in divination, some of which are just crazy people coming up with crazy theories. It's a little hard to say for certain. But that is the most prevalent theory, is they are surface elves that were slowly corrupted over time by something as they went underground.
Ah,
Cave madness.
cave madness.
Underground coconut madness.
I have heard of like old ones before, and I feel like maybe. Shoot, I keep forgetting everyone's names. I just woke up. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Flick.
Nomad, are you
yes,
evil?
yes, but you know,
Cool.
That was easy.
sorry. I eat brains. It's very difficult to not be evil.
That's not evil.
It's a little evil.
Not really.
So it's literally evil because the Nomad explains, I only try to devour the brains of those who I don't feel very guilty.
So you're a scavenger. It's okay. It happens.
Well, no, see, I don't feel guilty eating evil people, but when I consume a brain, a part of their essence becomes a part of me. So every time I eat an evil person, I become a little more evil myself. It's difficult to maintain.
Yeah, if you become evil, I'll become evil too. It'll be a whole thing. It's fine.
Do
I got your back.
Evil party.
This is all. This is. I say this in. I say this in his mind. I don't say this out loud to the party.
I do
Evil's
not
just
wish
an
for you.
illusion anyway.
Yeah, it was an illusion. No man's trying not to be evil, but like sometimes your diet's like, if I eat a good person, that's actually evil. If I keep eating evil people, I'm slowly becoming evil. So it's like I'm gonna be evil no matter what. It's really difficult.
If there's no evil people, there cannot be any good people. You need balance.
Yes, but I like these. If they find out I'm not super evil right now. But if I become super evil, then what if everyone abandons me, except you at least?
All right.
Nah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
So we're mostly here. If we want to go back to the present and begin our journey into
Yeah.
the sewers.
Before going to the sewer,
Sure.
Beetlejuice.
Right, Beetlejuice. Okay. You're just trying to recall basic information, or are you going to try to research this?
I'm going to do both.
All right.
Like, what's my understanding of this, and then based on that, library, arcanum, whichever. Maybe talk to Flick if it's a star thing.
Sure. So we'll do your basic knowledge first and see where it goes from there. You've already spent most of the night ahead of time buying scrolls and working with Gale. So the library will probably have to happen after the sewers if you end up doing it. But for now,
Absolutely.
go ahead and give me a I guess a history check. Yeah,
Yeah.
putting history to work today.
Yeah, sure.
23. You definitely recognize it as the name of Constellation. What is your passive investigation?
It is 18. Where the blue vines grow, she mentioned as well. If I find any correlation.
Fuck, that one would be a nature check. Go and make that while I'm looking a thing up.
Okay. May I use my bonus action to become proficient?
Have you already used it last night, or are you still
No.
Then yeah, go for it.
Yeah. It's a one. I get these twice a day anyway. So here we go.
Sick.
Another 23. And that fades in like 10 minutes, so I'm going to remove it now before I forget it.
Okay, so you would also, as you're thinking about Beetlejuice, you have come across a couple of instances now where things were named after stars, or given names very similar to stars. And I'm trying to remember what the two of them are, because I have a terrible memory.
Same.
One of them was... Where the fuck did I put this handout? Right. There was a location on the map that Gale found with the hidden, like, special glow-in-the-dark ink that was labeled Arcturus. That is a another constellation name. And I believe that might be the only one that you've come across so far.
Right, Arcturus.
Oh wait, no. The city in the jungle. Fin Est. What was the full name of that? Okay, my notes are terrible and I can't remember anything. But the name the name of the city, as told by the AI dude in that security tower.
Eridonist.
Eridonist. Yes,
Yeah,
that is another constellation name. Thank you, Zeke.
Interesting. This might be the name of an older city.
Could be. This seems like a reasonable conclusion based on what you've seen so far. As for the blue vines, nature check 23, you would experience a flash of a memory of a woman in sort of this just muggy kind of jungle environment who is walking along a path, and it is just littered with all sorts of colorful plants and also wildlife throughout it. But she kind of breaches into a big open kind of plains surrounded on all sides by jungle, which is this tall grass. And at the middle of these plains, there are these enormous trees that look a little bit like weeping willows, but they have these long, bright blue vines dangling off all of their branches. That's really all you remember or get with that nature check.
Do I know the general location of that? Where they grow?
It reminds you a lot of the areas that you traveled with Ace in initially. In other words, it kind of feels like a jungly environment. You don't really know the exact specific location. You just kind of know that these things that you see in your vision grew in a jungle-like environment.
Right. So Beetlejuice is possibly in a jungle-like area. That narrows it down, I guess. But
Based on Nomad's description, does that sort of plant or that place sound familiar to me at all?
Give me a nature check.
Can I sell you on survival?
Sure. You'll get different information, but we'll see what it does.
So it should be 22 instead of 16.
22
Or
survival.
no, it should be
Nice.
24 instead of 16.
Okay. Using survival instead of nature, you would be able to deduce that because it is brightly colored, it is probably some form of unsafe for consumption. You would know that because it is in sort of a jungle environment, you distinctly know that you did not come across it during your time with the orcs. So you can rule out kind of that area. So yeah, that's basically, you can kind of rule out Tramus and a little bit of the area around Erebus, and certain parts of whatever that middle island is called. I'm on a
I don't
roll
know
with
what that one's called
remembering
either.
things today.
Atlantia.
The kind of the northern part of West Kona.
Oh, West Kona, yeah.
Does his description sound at all familiar to me?
Oh boy. Okay, the last one, but give me a nature check.
is it people-oriented?
This one is not people-oriented for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Did he not see a person inside his vision?
I do eventually want to get past the knowledge checks. Okay, alright, good. We're good. That's what you guys know.
Me and Ace were just like, we're from here. Is it our jungles?
Yeah, you guys can confidently rule out several areas, and I will real quick shade those areas that you can rule out.
Yeah.
At least based
For
on
Ace,
the
is there a city called Beetlejuice? If he's heard of.
Have I heard of a city called Beetlejuice?
Give me a history check.
Yeah. See, these are people-oriented. So he's good. But...
Well, I mean, I'm not bad at them.
Yay!
I'm not great at them.
Never heard of it.
Nope.
That's fair. We've at least ruled out these small islands.
Yeah, it could be somewhere in West Kona or whatever that giant-ass island out to the east is.
Do I know if, like, obviously, like, that one city in the Underdark was named after constellations? And I think I made this check before. I think you said so that Underdark cities a lot of times will name cities after constellations. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We discussed that?
Yeah, you learned that earlier, and Nomad actually just confirmed that earlier, too.
So I can have a feeling that Beetlejuice, if that is the city name, is underground.
Yeah.
That would be a reasonable suspicion.
With blue vines, though.
Blue vines.
Yeah.
Similar to the red vines we found, those red roots, or different?
I do not know.
You know they're vines and that they're blue. That's really all you know.
Yeah, that's all she said, too. Like, where the blue vines grow.
And they're poisonous.
They're also
Probably.
definitely poisonous.
Or they're just made of water.
Or they're
Oh,
just
could
made
be.
of water.
Poisonous water.
What if they're made out of licorice?
Then they're definitely poisonous.
Pretty sure most red vines are. Alright, should we go fuck up some frog slogs or what?
All right.
I don't know what
yeah.
I want to bring something, so let's do it.
All right.
We didn't fight anything last session. I'm dying to swing my axe.
Hell yeah.
Me too.
All right, so jumping back to the present, you guys wake up, you eat your breakfast, you take care of a little bit of business, and then you head over to roughly the area where the guard where you'd gotten information from the guard, and you make your way into the sewers. You get a couple of peculiar looks from people as this ragtag group of not elves kind of lifts up a manhole and starts going down into the sewers, but nobody stops you. And when you get down, you are greeted. The first thing that strikes a lot of you, the smell is not that bad. It actually smells kind of like clean and sterile, which is a little unusual. And it doesn't line up with what you're seeing, because when you look around, it looks like a sewer. It looks gross. It looks kind of fetid. You can see all of this sludge just kind of moving through this channel underground.
Well, everyone knows that elves think their poop doesn't stink for
I
a
was gonna
reason.
say. Elves
Suspiciously
walk around
antiseptic.
like their shit doesn't stink because it actually doesn't stink.
I bet
Also,
they're presto in this whole place.
also, I'm going to use my ping ability and see if there's any humanoids, like, before we go into the sewer, any humanoids, like, below ground in the sewer.
Okay, again, so your radar is not super, super precise, but give me a survival check to see if you can suss that out before going in. Like, you pop your radar and you get fuckloads of pings from all directions. Because you're
Advantage against humanoids?
Yeah. You kind of pop it 2 or 3 times, and you change your position a few times, and you do a little triangulation. You're able to deduce that, like, there's nobody, like, directly under you. You don't kind of get the sense that there's anybody immediately nearby in the sewers. But again, it's not a super precise radar. You're only getting information within 1 mile, and there's a bunch of people in Lower Town that are, like, throwing it off. A little hard to say.
Can we buy waiters?
Yeah, if you want to, sure.
Yeah, we'll get waiters. This outfit is new, so
I was gonna say I'm like shaping the water around my feet as we go because I don't want to step in this shit.
Yeah, so notably, it is like a sewer, which means it's got a walkway along the side and then a channel that runs through the middle of it.
I'm freshly power washing this walkway in front of us as best as I can with shape water.
Perfect. So you guys kind of continue for a little bit, kind of heading in the direction where you had been guided to by the guard. Yeah, what's up, Ace?
This is mostly just for housekeeping rules. Does everyone have a way to see in the dark, or do we have a light source at this point?
That's a good question.
I do like unattune from my pendant of resolve and get my goggles back on.
Yeah, you would notice immediately as soon as you get down here, there are magical ever-burning torches that are kind of this rusty orange color, a little darker than you would expect from normal fire. So there is some light, but it's like one every 50 or 60 feet, so there are definitely patches of darkness.
Okay, I will also be. Are they regular torches, like open flames?
They are, but they are very obviously magical. They're the wrong color. They're a little too red.
Can I not brighten them with control flames?
That's a good question. I don't know. Let me go check.
I think it's
Well,
non-magical.
I'll be just making this place like as less gross and pleasant as I can as we go through it.
All right. It does have to be non-magical, so it doesn't affect these torches.
Okay.
But with that said, yeah, you're able to kind of power wash along the way and just, sweep the way ahead of you. And as you're very cautiously, like, watching the place ahead of you, give me a perception check. You and one other person, whoever wants to be at the lead.
Me.
Can Shu do one too? He's on my shoulder.
Shu can help you.
I'll stick near the back. Watch our rear.
Let me see something.
I'll be close to the back with Ace.
Checking if Shu's perception is better than mine.
Make a macro
I
of it.
think owls are like +4 with advantage, but I forget.
Yeah, so he's already got advantage on perception checks if they involve sight or hearing. So can we just roll separately?
Sure, go for it. Alright, 2021-22. All of you guys kind of notice. There's a point where you turn a corner, and you find a couple of rats that are just nibbling on something, some sort of like rotten apple or whatever. And they don't seem to pay you a whole lot of mind as you start to walk in that direction, but you're still a ways off. But you spot something kind of lurking at the water right at the edge. Something looks a little bit slimy and pale-skinned. Are you flat casting that, or are you trying to do it as a ritual?
I can only do it as a ritual. Once I see rats, I just start doing it as like while we're walking.
Okay, fair enough. Notably, you would, because it has a verbal component, you are kind of making noise as you're doing this the whole time. But, you're already making kind of a little bit of noise as a group. But importantly, all of you guys spot this tiny little thing kind of lurking at the water's edge, kind of like a gator would, except much smaller, maybe the size of like a football. And you see these two little beady black eyes that are surrounded by this just waxy pale skin. And then all at once, almost as if triggered by you guys approaching, you see this long, thin, slimy, pale-skinned, frog-like creature open its mouth, and out comes this long, spined tongue. It lashes towards one of the rats, and you watch as in the blink of an eye, that rat kind of just disappears under the water with flailing and splashing. The other rat scurries off about 2 feet, turns around, grabs the apple, and then runs away with the apple. And you see a couple more signs of a struggle under the water as this rat is dragged under and taken by whatever this creature was. Again, pretty small little dude, maybe about the size of a football from what you could tell.
Can we get some background music, please?
Circle of life.
There you
It
go.
is a beautiful thing.
We've got different definitions of that. You see how slimy that thing was? Ugh.
Was I able to get Toto down here?
Yeah, if you want to. He's medium, right?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, super easy. I mean, climbing a ladder is not super great for him, but he can, with a little help, he can be carried down by Nordo or somebody.
I mean, 600 pounds.
Oh, jeez. Nordo, what's
Strap him.
I can carry him, right?
Boy, give me
You're on a ladder.
give me an athletics check.
Like me
Just
and
jump
Nate
down.
together.
Yeah, like you've got a couple of strong boys, you might be able to make this work.
I too shall help.
We also have like rope. We could just like lower him down.
Yeah, so Toto is basically able to like ride piggyback on down the ladder with Nordo, or I guess it'd be like Papoose style in the front. It's not easy. You feel like you would not be able to do it on your own, but with help from Nordo, you're able to get him down here.
It's like carrying a dog into the vet that doesn't want to go in there. Its legs are kicking in front.
Yeah, exactly. It does. It's a metal ladder, and it's in good condition. They take care of this place pretty well.
They're elves. They take care of
Adamantine.
everything for no reason. We start harvesting all of the ladders for the adamantine they're made out of.
With my 22 perception as we were delving in here, do I find any coinage, even just like loose copper?
Oh boy. Fuck. Give me a. Well, let me do this. When you get down, you don't see any immediately. You can kind of keep an eye out for it if you'd like.
Yeah, he just if he sees any coins, he picks them up, which is a little unusual for him. But
Sure. You guys continue on your way a little bit. You kind of walk around for maybe another 3 or 4 minutes, and eventually you start to see all around you these patches of just this kind of clear wax. And where there are thicker buildups of it, it starts to develop this kind of whitish yellow color to it. It starts out as just little slicks here and there, and then it gets thicker, and it starts to look like proper wax buildup. And eventually you start to see these little mounds of it. And at one point, you find right next to one of these mounds what appears to be the body of some sort of an animal, maybe the size of like a small dog or a rabbit. but it is. It looks like it has just been sucked dry by like a vampire or a mosquito. Like something has just sucked all of the blood out of it. It's shrunken. You can see its bones underneath its skin. All of the fur has fallen out, and the skin has just built up this waxy texture to it.
It sounds like you've described basically what happened here, but can I discern like cause of death of this animal?
Sure. Give me a medicine check or investigation if you want. As you kind of carefully look this thing over, you do see that there's a little incision around the shoulder, and it's these 3 spots in kind of like a triangular shape. It's the only sign of like an external wound that you can see, but it's very prominent. It's a little bruised around that area, even underneath the waxy coating that has kind of gone across its skin. So it looks like there was some sort of a puncture near its shoulder by something that leaves a triangular 3-hole shape, and then all the blood was just sucked out of it.
Gotcha.
Sewer chupacabras.
And as you keep going, you start to see more and more of these things. There's you can actually tell that was a cat. Later on, you find a couple of dogs. You find several rats that are starting to get scattered here and there. Yeah, what's up, Nora?
Just really quick before we go any further and accidentally stumble into something, do we want to wait here for a minute while I finish up my ritual? See if I can see if any of the locals know about where these things stay.
Might be safer.
Couldn't hurt.
Just maybe hold off for whatever 4 or 5 more minutes it takes to get my spell done.
Yeah, you kind of camp up for a little bit, and after some time, Speak with Animals does go off. And a lot of the time when the spell finishes, you're kind of immediately greeted by just the chittering and chattering of nearby creatures. When this goes off, you don't really get anything immediately. There's nothing like right around you that is talking or watching or anything like that.
Okay, it lasts for 10 minutes, so I'd say let's just keep walking until I hear a rat or a frog or something.
Okay. Give me a luck check. So as you continue further, you notice that a lot of the wildlife just doesn't touch this place. There's not really much around. However, as you turn one corner, you start to hear just these tiny little calls for, like, help, please don't eat me. Very weak, very injured sounding. And as you turn the corner, you can see that there is a pretty large rat, and it is currently being wrapped up by the spiked tongue that is sticking out of this frog creature. Again, very much like the other one that you saw, about the size of a football. And it is just slowly sucking the blood out of this rat.
Uh-oh. And this frog creature is just like frog sized, or is it big?
It's about the size of a football. Bigger than a normal frog, but, easily, it's punting size.
In that case, I'd like to attempt to punt it without the rat also going. So maybe like step on the tongue and punt the frog.
Sure.
Quick interjection.
Yeah, what's up?
I just want to say that right as you said, and the rat says, you started talking, the background music, a rat started squeaking, and it was just so perfect.
Excellent.
And I just cannot describe.
All right, go ahead and give me an attack roll. You don't really have a surprise round, but this thing is tied up in other business, so you'll get to go first no matter what.
Sorry, ignore the athletics.
All right.
If it matters, that was reckless.
Perfect. Yeah, so you run up to this thing. You kind of catch it. You can see that it's like scrambling to unhook as you run over. It wasn't really expecting to be challenged during this. It was just eating lunch. And you come down and you just punt this thing as hard as you can. It goes about 10 feet across the little canal, releasing the rat, smacking into a wall. You hear just this wet, squelching splat noise. And then it drops down and immediately starts to scamper off. Injured, but not dead.
Interesting.
The rat...
Should we kill it?
You see the rat starts kicking and trying to just free itself, trying to run away. It looks pretty heavily injured, and it's just kind of kicking, flailing on its side.
Hold on, little friend. We're here to help you out.
Oh, don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me. Please don't eat me.
We're not going to eat you. We just have a couple questions. You look like you're famished. You want something to eat?
I just want to go home. I want to go home.
Can you tell me where these things that did this to you, where they stay?
The water, especially that way over there. And he just very weakly kind of motions with his head at the direction that you guys were heading. There's a little fork, and he does seem to motion towards the left of that fork.
And how much further would you say?
I don't know. You go that way. Go that way, and then I don't go past that. It's too dangerous. I thought it was safe here. It's not safe. They've been moving out.
Why is that? Do you know?
I don't know. They do it sometimes. They come and they go. They come and they go.
All right, then. You get yourself to safety. Be careful now.
He continues to just kind of kick, and eventually, after a good long time, is able to at least right himself well enough to start like dragging himself by the front feet. He looks pretty fucked up. It's not.
Does it look like he's going to survive, or his injury is mortal?
Give me a medicine check or animal handling. Like, he might survive the night, but if he doesn't, like, he's a sewer rat, something else is gonna eat him. He's fucked.
Alright, I put him out of his misery.
Alright, you kind of let him go a little ways, and then quickly and painlessly give him some peace.
Mm-hmm. Well, folks, I recommend we move quietly from here on out. I think we're getting close. He says it's just up this way to the left.
Sounds good.
All right. As you continue on, you turn the corner. The normal, sterile, clean smell starts to give way to this kind of just waxy smell. Kind of like this just very fleshy, waxy, visceral smell. And at this point, the walls, the ceiling, the floor underneath you, and even a little bit of buildup around the gutter itself is a pretty decent covering of this wax that's a little bit slick. It's not quite to the level of difficult terrain yet, but it's like walking across ice a little bit. You're a little prone to just kind of slide a little more than you expected when you put each footstep down.
Can I?
My party's not stopped by rough terrain or hindered by it. I'm a ranger.
Okay, I think that might be only when you're traveling for more than an hour, but either way, you know how to deal with this, so you're able to help. And I don't know that for sure. I'll check afterwards. But either way, it's not imposing any sort of huge mechanical disadvantages just yet.
Can I power wash this away too? Because it's gross and I just don't want to step in it.
So yeah, as you start to kind of get into this place where it's more thickly coated, you notice that when you start to apply a lot of pressure to this wax, the thicker buildup of it, it hardens. It seems to almost shrivel and get this kind of leathery texture to it, as if it's reacting to the force being put on it. And that does make it less like slippery and slick and wax-like.
Oh, jeez. It's like some sort of non-Newtonian fluid.
Here, let me try. Does Presto do anything?
Let me double check.
Don't we need to collect this stuff?
Yeah, so I was about to say, is this the reason we came down here, is to gather this wax up? Is this what we're here for?
I
Are
thought
there
she
any creatures-
specifically needed the wax from the eggs, maybe?
He did say eggs.
If the wax is right here, though.
This might be the right wax. Also, this wax might be a sign that we are close. We should be on alert.
Yeah, I do not know if this is the same wax as what forms around the eggs.
Can I take a jerk action to see if there's any creatures hiding nearby?
Sure, give me a perception check. Meanwhile, I forget who it was that was trying prestidigitation. It does work. You cast the spell, and over the course of about 6 seconds, about a square foot of this wax just kind of gets vaporized. It leaves a nice little clean patch, about 1 square foot.
Not super efficient, but I guess it works.
And actually, I forget. I know that Presto is buffed by the evolving cantrips thing that we're doing, so it might be
I can go look it up.
Yeah. In the meantime, while you're doing your perception check... you do spot one of these creatures, about the football-sized frogs, and it is kind of just cautiously watching from the opposite side of the sewer gutter. It's trying to stay still, to not be noticed, but it is definitely kind of eyeballing you. It doesn't seem to want to engage, it's just kind of watching.
We're not alone.
Can I just shout to it. I mean, I attempt to anyway. We speak with animals. I don't know that it's an animal, but I just try talking to it, like, hello.
Yeah, as soon as you kind of call out to it, it ducks under the water and kind of swims off. And Ace, you're able to follow it for a good, like, 5 or 10 feet. It seems to just kind of swim in the opposite direction that you guys were going. Spooked by the fact that something was able to talk to it.
So it did seem like it understood me.
It definitely, like, you guys have been talking to each other, and it hasn't reacted, but as soon as you talk to it, it behaves a little differently.
Interesting. In that case, as soon as the 10 minutes for Speak with Animals is up, I start recasting it to just try to keep it up for the coming confrontation.
Sure. About 3 or 4 minutes into your Speak with Animals, you come around a bend right after the fork, and you are greeted by just this barricade that is probably about 4 feet tall. It's built up. I should probably draw it. I'm going to describe this poorly. Here we go.
And as you're drawing, I don't remember out of character. Lady Maladay needed specifically the eggs of these creatures?
That is what she told you, yeah, is she needed the eggs.
Okay.
So you guys are coming from this direction. And there's this waxy buildup about here. And as you're looking at it straight on, so you got like your gutter and your walking area right here. It is kind of just built up along the walls like this. And then filling in all of this area. However, you do see that leaning against this wall of waxy buildup, there is a humanoid shape that is just kind of up against this wall.
Does it look like a guard?
It appears to be wearing a guard uniform. It is kind of pale skinned, appears dead.
Elf?
Elf, yes.
Cause of death, same as that animal from earlier?
With a 16, you kind of look it over, and you try to find, like, one of these 3-pronged injuries. As you're looking it over, you see that there's a little bit of kind of a waxy buildup along its, the guy's face and his hands and his legs. But as you're looking for the injury, and as you're looking him over in general, you recognize that the wax was put there. You see fingerprints that are kind of like smudged in the wax across his face. Either like it has been inspected by somebody before you, but it looks more like when somebody works with clay and it kind of leaves little fingerprints and smudges in places where bits have overlapped with other bits. And as you're looking for the injury point with the 3 prongs, you instead find a single slit injury right underneath the jawline that looks about the size of like a knife or a dagger.
Anything of value or interest on this person?
Kind of take a look through all the pockets. You can see that he's still got his coin purse. It's got about 9 gold in it. He still has his weapons. He has some rations on him. Nothing super useful beyond that. He's wearing chainmail.
Okay, I leave his weapons and stuff. I grab the gold and stick it in my coin purse. This one, this wasn't killed by these beasts. Somebody stabbed this fella. Looks like maybe they tried to make it look like it was done by the animals.
Do I see any tracks around the area that are humanoid?
Give me a survival check.
Could I still you an investigation?
Sure. You're going to get different information, but yes.
Do I know, having done investigation for survival, what the difference might be?
Survival will help you figure out which way something came or went, or how long ago something happened. Investigation might help you piece together, like, I don't know, clues. Yeah, clues.
What did it? What made it?
Yeah, like the order that events happened in, or any like pertinent clues that stand out to you, patterns that you might try to like recognize for what's going on here. They're both
Gotcha.
useful. Survival is a little better for trying to figure out which way something came from, went from, and how long ago it did. Investigation kind of catches everything else.
Gotcha. I'll do survival then.
Advantage?
Wow.
Uh,
Fantastic.
So the wax does make it pretty easy to spot foot traffic. Unfortunately, there's a lot of other traffic happening here. Rats. You see lots of webbed, kind of bouncing spots where frogs have moved around here. But as you're looking through, you do spot. There's a set of boot prints that is smaller than this guy's boots. And they're kind of slim and narrow. And they definitely kind of scuffle around this area a bit. You also see a spot where this body has been dragged. So yeah, you can tell that there is evidence that some other humanoid has been through here, and that this body was dragged.
Does it look like so it doesn't look like he was killed here.
You don't see signs of like a conflict or a struggle here.
Or blood splatter or anything.
Correct.
Does it look like it came from behind us or from on the other side of the wall?
The direction that you guys are coming from. Nordo with a medicine check. It actually, as you're looking him over, his entire body is kind of a little bit bloated. And you would know that in like a damp, marshy environment, sort of like this, rigor mortis sets in a little differently. It looks like it's probably been dead for like almost a month or so, which does not line up with what you heard from the guard. The guard, I believe he said a few days ago.
Okay. Nordo just kind of like shakes his head and looks over at Ace and is like, in Orcish, I fucking hate cities, you know that?
They're the fucking worst.
It's simpler when just an animal kills a guy or guy kills an animal. This guy's somebody else killed him, brought him here, tried to make it look like an animal killed him. What the fuck is this all about?
It's hard to tell from what little clues we have. Maybe it's relevant, maybe it's irrelevant. It's really hard to tell.
Mo, what's up?
Sorry, you may have mentioned this. He is wearing like city guard armor, right? He looks
Yep.
like a city guard that died down here.
Exactly. He looks just like a normal elven city guard from this town.
Did you find any identification on him by any chance, Nordo?
Did I find any identification on it? I don't think so.
Yeah, he's not like carrying papers with him. His face is still recognizable. You could potentially get him ID'd if you wanted to, but you know, they don't really like walk around with driver's licenses or anything like that.
Didn't see anything, although I found a little bit of gold for friend Nomad, and I get up and go hand that 9 gold to Nomad.
Oh, thank you. We should just pool what we have together,
If you say so, but
since we will be working together in this endeavor.
just if
What?
if your magic can be used to do the things you were telling me about, I think you should keep it all.
It is true. It will take a lot of money to learn the magic itself.
Magic is quite expensive.
It is. Who knew? I did, I guess.
While they do all that investigating, can I just keep an ear out for like anything sliming up on us?
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Here comes that nat one.
Pretty close.
Almost.
Well,
You're keeping watch. You can. I mean, you don't really hear or see anything that isn't.
No, we're good. We got
Super
this. We're
obvious.
fine.
Yeah.
Hey, Nordo, could I climb on your shoulder to see if I can peek over the wall? I don't want to get too close to it, but I want to see if there's anything on the other side.
Of course. Not give him a foot up.
All right, you kind of take a peek over it, and you can see that beyond this, just the walls of the entire sewer are coated with probably a good 3 or 4 inches of this wax stuff. There's a big buildup of sludge that has kind of filled this place because it can't get through the wall of wax. It smells awful, but the smell, again, it's more of this waxy, fleshy smell than the sewage itself. And give me a perception check.
Wow.
As
Cheers.
you're looking through, you don't really spot much except for one torch on the other side, ever burning. And you can see that sitting under that torch are a handful of these frogs. Or frog slogs. And they
How
seem
many's a
to be,
handful? Like 5?
at first, it looks like there's like 8 or 9 of them, but then you realize that only 3 of them are frog slogs, and the rest of them are these large eggs that they seem to be protecting. Just kind of sitting over. And
That's what we want.
Looks like there's some frog
Did-
slugs and some eggs over there. Looking
Did
for
Lady
frog eggs,
Melody
right?
give us an idea of how many eggs she needed?
I think she just said 1 should do it.
Okay. Do I still have Speak with Animals up?
You do. You've got about 5 minutes left on it.
Can I use my primary awareness to communicate simple ideas with them?
Yeah, simple ideas. You'd have to get like close enough to actually call out to them or make body language at them, but yes.
I can also
Gotcha.
just talk to them.
Yeah.
Be
Yours
careful.
sounds better.
Can I see up over the wall at all?
You're tall. You can probably kind of peek over it just on your own. Yeah.
Okay.
It's 4 feet, right?
We'll just like sort of climb up high enough that I can sort of look over the top of these slogs.
I'm staying on his shoulder and I'm just having my bow ready.
And I shout out to the frog slogs and I just say, friends, we got an offer to make to you.
They turn and they look. They look a little bit frightened. One of them immediately kind of jumps into the water. But the other 2 kind of like get up front and they lower themselves down, and you see their like throats expand like a frog, and you hear this kind of rattling noise under their breath. And then one of them, and she's like, "What do you want? Just stay away from our nest."
Well, unfortunately, that's just the thing. I came here with a big group of friends that are quite a lot bigger and stronger than y'all, and what we'd like to do is just take one of them eggs and be on our way, leave y'all alone. But
Never. No.
if you won't entertain that idea, then we'll have to just come take them by force. Now, we want this to be peaceful.
You can't have the eggs. They're our eggs.
Be reasonable, folks. We're a lot bigger than you.
Hey, what are they saying?
I'm trying to think if there's a situation where this would work. Give me an intimidation check.
Can I flex on them and make it strength-based?
Can it be animal handling?
I would allow animal handling too if you want.
Praise be.
Sure, either one of those.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Okay. I was hoping it would be low so I can just write it off to that. Now I have to think if this is a thing that can happen. Okay, hang on. Is there a situation where one of these things would give up an egg? And if so, what would they need?
We'd be happy to repay you in food, anything you need. We just need the egg and we don't want to fight. I do want to fight.
Okay. As you kind of make it clear that you intend to come in and take an egg no matter what, and you kind of like rise up over this wall of wax to really put the fear of God into them, and they see how big you are. As you kind of make yourself an intimidating presence, the other one is like, "Oh shit," and jumps into the water. Oh shit. No, he's enormous. He's not supposed to be enormous. There you go. The other one sticks around for a second or two, and he turns over to the nearest egg, and he opens his mouth as wide as it can and just kind of scoops one of these eggs and starts to like run back with it. But they abandon that little clutch of eggs.
So this might be a tall order, but with I don't know, insight? Can I tell if this is like a trap, or are they actually leaving these eggs for us? Or
There's
animal
really
handling?
not even.
I don't know.
They seem thoroughly scared of you. Their eggs are incredibly important to them. So one of them like tried to save it, but they don't want to die, and they can try to live and reproduce next year. So at the very least, you've successfully scared those guys off.
Does it seem like there's anything in the water from being perched on his shoulders? Can I see anything else hiding other than those 3 we saw?
You already made a perception check to look over that way. It was a 9. You don't really spot anything else in the water, but you know that those 2 jumped in, and you weren't really able to see them after that. So it's very possible.
Okay. I'm keeping an eye on the water then.
I start slowly and quietly walking towards the eggs, but also keeping an eye on the water for any other dangers, or like listening around the corner.
All right, coming back to the
I'll go with him.
So real quick, Nomad, what's up?
I just want to check on Gale. He's been really quiet. I just wondered if he was eaten.
Oh, I'm just working.
Okay. Sorry.
So you guys are ready to start pushing through. How do? There is that wall of wax. Do you just kind of climb over it?
I climb over and lead the way.
I fly.
I'm on top of Noro's shoulders.
Okay.
I before anyone else passes, I've mentioned that I'm going to try to just sneak over here and grab one and bring it back. But unless we all want to push through,
I want to fight something.
out of character, I'm dying to fight something. But in character, let's get the fuck out of here and go to Thorngrove.
So,
Yeah.
Nordo, as you start to climb over this, you notice that as your hand kind of sinks into it, there's this squishing, squelching noise. But then as you start to lift your hand up to move it to the next spot, it sticks. And you look down, and it is kind of hardened around your hand with this leathery texture like you saw before. And you're able to pull your hand free, but there's like, you have to yank, you have to really pull your hand free.
That's troubling. Maybe flying would be a better bet. If kind of like when I pull my hand free, can I sort of pull back onto the correct side of the wall?
Yeah, it's easy enough. You're a very strong dude. There's no check involved. But it does, you have to kind of pull free. And when you do, little bits of this wax that have built up around your hand and hardened chip off like clay. And when they scatter onto the ground, you watch as they kind of turn back into this liquid, oozy wax.
Interesting. Vasadiva, you think you can fit through there without touching the walls or the floors or anything? Also, are the eggs like sitting in this wax?
They are. It's not drawn on the map, but there's like a coat of this wax all the way across past this wall.
Troubling.
You get the sense that it would at least be difficult terrain to kind of walk on this.
At least Ace is unaffected by it.
Yeah, Ace has got tiny little bird feet and he weighs nothing. He's like, what's a problem? He just pulls his feet free. Vasu, as you're looking through it, the hole is big enough that you could try to just do sort of like a flying leap through it. You're in a sewer, like you don't have an open sky. It would be a feat of acrobatics, but you're a pretty acrobatic dude and you're a monk. You could give it a shot.
I want to do it.
Alright, give me an acrobatics check.
Noro, hold my beer.
Say, besides holding his beer, if there's anything I can do to actually help, I will help him.
Sure, you
Throw
kind
him.
of give him a little bit of a foothold, and then you do a countdown. Yeah, Gil, what's up?
I'm just gonna open up my hooded lantern and just like hold the fire kind of close to it and see if the stuff just melts.
Okay, so it's not like a magically large flame, right? It's just a normal lantern.
Yeah, but it's like only got the one opening, so it's like heat's pretty concentrated.
You do notice as they're kind of setting up to do this hold my beer stunt, you kind of go over and you just hold the lantern real close and you kind of focus some of the heat coming out of it. And you do see that after like 10 or 15 seconds, little beads start to form. Little bits of wax kind of start to like sweat down the sides a bit.
So maybe Vasadiva, if you fly over there and use one of your fire bolts and clear one of those eggs out.
No problem.
So you guys do a countdown, and you hoist and lift, and with stunning bird-like elegance, Vasu is able to kind of slip through this thing, just barely kind of grazes the top of it, doesn't stick, and flaps his wings, tries to steady himself and do sort of a soft landing. It's not the most beautiful thing that's ever happened, and you don't think you could sustain flight for a super long time in here, but you land on your feet on the other side. you kind of land with a squelch, and you can feel that your feet are kind of like stuck to the layer on the floor here. But
Gross.
You are on the other side. You're good.
Fire kick.
All
See
right.
if that melts it a little better.
All right, you turn around and you start just fire kicking this thing, and as you do, you can see that you're leaving big, long cuts of melted wax that suddenly becomes even more. Wait, I can never remember if viscous is thin or thick. Whichever one is thin.
Thick.
Okay, less viscous then, and starts to dribble down the sides like a candle rapidly melting. And before long, you have made a pretty good dent in this that's big enough for everybody to kind of squeeze through. However, give me a wisdom check. I'm glad I remembered to do this. It's pertinent.
Did you say wisdom check or say
Wisdom check.
less nervous?
As you are kind of repeatedly attacking this thing with your magical fire, you notice that your magical fire seems less impactful on the bits that have already melted. It's hard to notice at first because, of course, you can't remelt something that's already melted, but you notice that the melted part of this wax, the fire seems to almost just part around it.
Just like we knew.
Say that tracks with what they were saying about these things, that when you use magic on it, it makes them resistant to magic.
Punch the part that you already hit fire with. See what happens.
I say to test that theory, I take my quarterstaff and just smack it into a spot of wax that has been melted.
Alright, it leaves this big, hard dent in the soft melted wax. And as you pull your staff back, you can see that it is almost immediately hardened back into that leather texture.
How about that, friend Nomad? You were right about these things.
I wish to collect these.
Looks like we should, if we get to a kerfuffle, alternate our attacks like as we talked before.
How much of this we think it would take to make a suit of armor for my shell?
There it is.
You can never take it off though, so who
Oh no,
knows?
we can just slather it on right now. Wax on, wax off.
Turtle wax, if you will.
God damn it.
Turtle wax, if you will, is the title of this episode.
Gale, what's up?
I would like to use my most useless class feature to do something half decent for once.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I'm going to use my right tool for the job, and I'm just going to sit down and spend the next hour taking out all of my shit and just like craft myself a set of candle making tools.
Excellent.
I don't know what candle making tools look like, but I assume there are some for it.
Sure.
And yeah, I'm going to use those to start like harvesting this wax because it's fascinating. And
Absolutely. Does it actually take an
plan on-
hour to do this?
yeah,
Okay, you can start working on it.
you know, because it definitely takes an hour to make, you know, what's probably just like a scraping tool and a
Yeah.
scalpel.
So I can tell
But
you,
whatever.
candle making tools, you need a barrel or a tin with some sort of heat under it, and then you basically just dip a wick into it over and over. Because candle making tools are incredibly simple, I'm going to cut this to 10 minutes. With that said, it'll still take 10 minutes to do.
Like, it's less candle making tools and more wax harvesting tools.
Sure.
We have an ice cream scooper if you want. Like,
Have a red hot blade.
Well, I can't have it going leathery is the thing.
yeah.
So
All right. So Gale starts to do that while you guys are in the process of sort of getting your way through here. But you do see that probably just a little bit, I don't know, how far is that? Hey, like 50 feet over there, there's that patch of eggs.
Do I see anything in the water as Vasu proceeds that way?
Go ahead and give me a perception check. You take a look around, and as you kind of get to this other side and look through the water that is lit by the torch over there, you can definitely see that there are more of these little shapes that are kind of waiting over here. You get the feeling it's probably the few that you scared off or just watching from a distance. You do see however, as you turn around, at first, it just looks like more wax. But tucked right up against this corner here, almost up into the ceiling, is another one of these frog slogs, but much, much larger.
Which corner?
Let's see, I'm on the wrong layer. Here we go. It's kind of peeking with one of its beady eyes and trying to keep the other closed so it's not spotted. Its skin is the same kind of waxy color. It looks almost identical to the wall. It's very well camouflaged, but you rolled very well on perception. It doesn't realize that it's been spotted yet, but there is a very, very large one of these things. Just kind of waiting on the other side of this wall.
I look directly at it, shout in frog slog, loud enough for the ones down the hall to also hear, hopefully, and just say, "You made a good choice, folks. Just one egg, remember. A lot better than a fight to the death."
Give me an intimidation check.
Can I still do animal handling?
Sure.
2 crits.
Oh my god!
God damn it. There's a point where the dice just tell the story.
I'm sorry for accidentally critting your encounter.
It's okay. This one doesn't react. It tries to stay hidden. It closes its other eye when it realizes it's being talked to.
Okay. And I just monitor, make sure no one's about to jump at us as Vasu goes and fetches an egg.
All right. This one has been thoroughly scared. As soon as it kind of like sees an opportunity, this thing is actually going to like frantically wake up, leap over the wall, splash into the water, and start swimming away. It has been scared off. It wants nothing to do with any of this.
Excellent.
We're gonna have
said
two
these
sessions
eggs are
in a
like
row
50
with
feet
no
away?
combat.
Yeah, they're just right over here.
As soon as I get within 30 feet, I'm going to try to water whip one. Bring it to me.
Sure. Give me an attack
Guys,
roll.
check this out. Saw this in a movie once.
What's a movie, Ace? What's the common word for movie?
Oh,
It's something
it's
you see
a
on
moving
television.
picture.
It's the thing on TV I do. But like,
Oh, that ritual
More-
you know I'd like to do.
yeah, but it's a whole story about one thing.
Yeah, I think this one was about some guy named, like, Montana James or something. Anywho, check this out.
Basu and I weren't
Water
really
whip
sick.
one
We
of
were
these
making
eggs.
movies together.
I'm supposed to tell him.
I'm talking in Orcish. You can't hear me.
I love the movie.
The egg needs to make a DC 14 dex save.
The
Will
egg
be
fails
cold.
the deck save.
Alright. I pull it up to 25 feet closer to me.
Alright, there's this lashing whip of water. And you yank this egg towards yourself. Do you have dark vision?
No.
What's your what's your passive perception?
We found the hole in the plan.
Oh.
Drew has dark vision. My passive perception is 14.
Okay. Alright. You water whip this egg, and it kind of lands with a splash in your hands, and you kind of turn and it's like, I got it! And as you start to turn and show them the egg or walk back, you watch as a watery whip lashes up from the sewage and tries to take the egg back. Give me a deck save.
No!
No.
Girl.
Alright. There is a sudden splash and a flailing from the sewage behind you as this watery whip doesn't lash you, but lashes the egg back out of your hands. And you can see another one of these very large creatures suddenly scramble out of the water, revealing itself, and starts to kind of charge towards you as this boy pops up out of the water.
That.
And as that one happens, You can see, just lit by the torchlight behind it, all of the water back here starts to churn and splash, and all at once you hear the sound of all of this rattling and croaking and groaning as more wet, flappy flesh noises start to rush in your direction. And that will be
Flappy
initiative.
wet noise.
Hey guys, I think I found us a fight for the week.
For the week?
We were so close.
It's probably going to be quick because you scared away one of the big ones, but we'll see.
Where's that motherfucker Patches? He better be helping.
I'm pretty sure he stayed up above ground because we didn't want him around to kill us.
I was going to
I
say,
want him around here to die is what I want.
he's hanging towards the back.
Also, where's you? We need to unlock our team attack.
There we go, there's you.
I'll be right back really quick. I'm gonna get a drink while Ace and Basu go.
Alright, let's get initiative. Oh, perfect, we're good. Alright, Ace, you're the first to react as you see all of this sewage start to splash into life behind Vasu.
A shocker, but I'm going to do this turn.
What? Never would have guessed.
And I'm going to use my new special bow. I'm not going to use the ability of it, though.
20 is good for 14 total damage.
And then second shot.
So as your arrow sinks in, you watch as it lands and the skin hardens around it. Seems to resist some of it, and second one, 17, also hits, but again seems to be resisting at least the physical portion of that damage.
Gotcha. So is it, since I'm doing physical and magical damage, how does that affect it?
I actually need to check. I think Hunter's Mark. Extras an extra 1d6 damage.
Okay. My weapon's also magical. If that means anything, I'm not sure if it does.
Okay, yeah, it does seem to be. It's resisting piercing entirely, not just non-magical piercing.
Cool. And then action. I guess I'll just jump on this wall.
All right.
And not be on top of Nordo for whenever he has to run into battle like a crazy person.
Sounds good. Brings us to Ace. Or sorry, Vasu.
Okay. Does he still have the egg?
Yeah, it seems to. In fact, it seems to be in its gullet, like it tucked it under its tongue.
I'm gonna spend another key point to cast another water whip on him.
Uh-oh.
So deck save. Oh fuck.
So you
Jeez,
wrap this water
you
whip
want
around it, and it looks like you grab it, but then you watch as it literally like seems to amorphously, almost like an ooze, just pull itself free of the whip as you yank it back towards yourself.
That's real gross.
If this thing has bones, it certainly doesn't look like it.
Okay, neat trick, but I still need that egg, so I'm gonna fly over, and I'm gonna take 2 attacks at it.
Alright.
Yeah, because the water whip is a bonus action, so here's 2 spears.
Ooh! Alright, both of those do land. Again, the piercing and bludgeoning, it seems like it's landing, it's just not super effective. Every time you impact from this close, you can feel it hardening with each blow. That brings us to Nordo.
Taking a lot of hits, guys. He's real beastie.
Passive perception of 17. Just really quickly, do I hear anything coming from this way?
No, and you can hear that there is something running away in that direction, but that has kind of trailed off and been drowned out by everything approaching from your right side.
Okay.
But you're pretty confident that you've scared that fucker off and he's not coming back.
Excellent. The water, like the actual like sewer, does it go underneath this wall, or is it all? Does the wall block it all?
The wall blocks it off.
Okay, and how much movement does it take to climb up over the wall?
At this point, you've blown a pretty big hole in it. We'll just call it difficult terrain to get through there. So, like, it's all difficult terrain anyway.
Oh, okay. Slogging through here.
Yeah, you have to yank your foot free with every footfall.
Is it easier? I guess it wouldn't be any easier to go through the water. It'd still be half movement.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I will use my action to just dash, and that's it.
All right.
I'll go ahead and use a key point to do Step of the Wind and dash all the way up to the eggs.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but doesn't Step of the Wind also make you ignore difficult terrain? I might be thinking of something
Does
else.
it? I don't think so. No, well, actually, so riddle me this. My jump distance is doubled with it. Can I, like, heroically leap through here to save myself in action?
I'd let you, like, jump off of the wall for your first little bit of movement. What's your strength?
My strength is 18.
Okay, so you're able to do this first 20 feet without it being difficult terrain.
Okay, great. So that's just actually 20 feet of movement right there.
Yep.
And then here's forward action. Yeah, I mean, it's still basically the same thing, unless, yeah, I can only get there anyway. So full movement, bonus action, and movement to get to the eggs, and just get ready to grab one.
All right, sounds good. Beefy boy. He's got a target right up close. The first thing it does is it kind of like drops the egg down into the water so it doesn't get crushed while it does the rest of it. But then it is going to bite at Vasu. Oh,
Jesus.
fuck.
That hits.
For 13 piercing. So it grabs you in its mouth and it just pulls you into this sludge. And it just starts to rake and kick with its claws on you twice.
Fuck!
17, 18?
The other two misses.
Alright. That's it for this guy. Little boys. These two are still scared as fuck, so they run off. They're scared. However, these guys are going to protect the eggs. As are these guys. So you watch as several of these smaller ones, the football-sized ones, kind of come piling out of the water or around the corner. And Nordo is the one that looks like he's going for the eggs. Reach 10. Only 2 of these can make it. The rest will have to dash. So these 4 attacks are on Nordo. Uh, 19?
Yeah, thanks to the new equipment, the 19's the only one that hits.
Alright. You take 9 damage, and you feel this spined tongue kind of wrap around you. This thing is tiny, but it does manage to have you kind of grappled in place. It seems to be using the wax to its advantage a little bit.
Excellent.
The rest of these have to dash, though, so this one is actually going to dash around to the back, dash around to the back. Finally, there is one more set of heavy thumping, wet flesh smack footsteps as one more of these big guys comes around the corner. When this one comes around the corner, though, and sees what's happening. Uh, 10, 20... Oh, it doesn't want to damage the eggs. It is going to dash. It goes into the water, and it comes over on this opposite side over here. Vasu... actually, it'll go here.
Ah, you turd. You turd frog.
Yeah, he's not stupid.
Coward.
Alright, that brings us to Mo.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so from the wall to where they're standing is all difficult terrain, right?
Yep.
Okay. I will just dash then, and I believe that is as far as I can get.
Alright. Yule.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I bonus action cast a spell?
Sure.
Cool, we're good.
Alright.
I'm just gonna run up as far as I can.
Alright, with a dash, let's see, 10, 20, 25, 35, 40, 50, 60. If with a dash, you would get here.
I have 25 movement.
Then with a dash, you would get here.
Okay.
Candy, please, grandmother.
Let's see, Elise. Uh, 10, 15, 25, 30. She's actually gonna dash to get a little bit farther up, but she only gets to there.
Also, wait, why can I only get that far?
So moving through friendlies is difficult terrain, and the wall
I
has...
have nimbleness.
Does that let you go there?
You can move through the space of any creature that is a size larger than you.
Oh shit, okay, then you can actually get much further. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35, 45, 50. So you would actually get there with a dash.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, wait, this seems very short.
Yep, good call. At the end of your turn, Patches kind of peeks his head around the corner, squints real hard and focuses and tries to do something. He's like, no, I can't do it. And he runs back. Elise, 10, 20, gets there. Actually, with you out of the way, that would be there with a dash. That brings us to Nomad.
Right. What's the movement penalty for moving through here?
It's just difficult terrain.
Okay, so it's like
And so is everything past it.
5. This will be 10, 15. I can get up to here. I think.
Yeah, that looks right.
And let's see. Oh my gosh, Vasu.
How you doing?
Right, I'm going to have to. I don't think I have anything. Because most of my spells are like 30 feet, so I'm just gonna like dash a little closer and move 15 feet maybe up to here. Yeah.
All right.
That's it. That's my turn.
All right. Brings us to Gale.
Okay, for a moment there, I thought Nordo was one of the frogs. Because I had my eyes shut and I looked at, oh no, I was surrounded by all frogs.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust my friends and companions here, because there's a bunch of you that go before these frog slugs. So, Gale pulls out a little, I don't know, like a grenade or something, and hucks it. And it's gonna explode into glitter.
Excellent.
Oh wait, I totally lied. That's fuck. Never mind. God damn it. All right, I guess I'm just gonna shoot the big one then.
All right. Uh, 14 smacks straight into it, and you watch as the skin just hardens around the impact. It seems to block all of the damage.
Which one was that on?
11 also misses.
It's a 14.
Yep, both 14s. Both miss, unfortunately. Anything for Toto?
If he runs over here, can he? If I use my bonus action, can he pick Yule up?
To like carry him or like as a mount?
To carry Yule,
Uh,
or just
sure. If Yule is willing and compliant, he can do that. So Yule, Toto runs up behind you and kind of like nudges you and tries to like get you onto his back or kind of carry you in its mouth.
I mean, it's a big difference as to which one. That's what I'm waiting for.
That's fair, Gale. How's he do it?
just picks her up by the scruff and
I mean, why?
because then he can dash you forward.
I mean, I don't really need to get any farther forward, so.
Fine, he'll run. He'll just run there.
I just needed to get in range so I could heal.
Alright. Brings us back to the top. Ace.
Alrighty. One of them was hit by a magic attack, correct? Which one was that? So you said one got leathery skin.
Both of them have been hit by physical attacks so far. I think the only magic that's been used is Hunter's Mark on Beefy.
Okay, so none of them have leather. So, okay. I haven't even have leathery skin up now. They're all still slimy.
They all still seem to be pretty hard-skinned.
I thought hard was the one that took damage. Like leathery took damage from physical, and slime took damage from magic, kind of like the wall, right?
Slime was more magic resistant.
Yeah, they seem to be resisting physical attacks pretty well right now.
Gotcha. I'm going to move down here.
All right.
On the wall, and then I'm going to hold my action to actually, you know what? I'll just use my bonus action to do my roguish, inquisitive eye for whatever detail.
Deceit or whatever it is.
No, insightful fighting.
That's right.
So he needs to make a deception check against my insight.
Boy, what a weird mechanic. He's not good at that.
And so even if he moves out of someone's range, I still have a sneak attack on him, and I'm going to hold my action to attack whenever he gets hit by a magic attack on the beefy frog.
All right.
So whenever he turns leathery, I'm going to hit him.
Sounds good. Vasu. Vasu?
What was that?
Oh,
I heard a little bit.
Yeah, he's lit up, but I didn't hear much.
I'm trying to figure out what a 15 foot.
"15-foot cones. Grab you one of these boys. Let me set this so you can rotate it. There you go. Should be able to rotate that and position it however you want.
Okay, so move provoke. Still robot.
Yeah, still robot.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Sprite
is too big for these fucking grid.
There you go. I moved Vasu to the back. That should help.
Do we get battle music, or do we still have the sewer stuff still?
What's the sewer stuff? Is it just like toilet flushes?
Pretty much, and then it's like you, and it's just you in the sewers.
But this is that's what I used to do the battle music for the stream.
It's Disney Plus. That's the ad I'm getting. So this doesn't seem accurate. Okay, I'm satisfied.
Okay, provoking from Beefy. Then use bonus action to light up Sunflare, then main action to cast a 15-foot Fire Blast Cone to hit one or two of the eggs up there too. Okay, perfect. So here is your opportunity attack from Beefy. Uh, 16 misses, pretty sure. Bonus action lights up Sunflare, and main action 15-foot Fire Blast Cone. This is a deck save. As a bonus action, speed for 1 to 6. God Flames and a 15. Okay, DC 17 deck save. Here we go. Ooh, okay. The damage could be better, but that is still a solid hit, and most of them fail. The two little ones fail anyway. So
The big one doesn't fail?
Big one doesn't fail. It still takes half, though, I believe. Yeah, half.
So it goes leathery and stuff?
So, as this gout of flame erupts from Vasu, you watch as all three of the things hit by it, including the eggs, seem to just melt like candles rapidly in an oven, including the big one who did save on it. And as it does, you watch as its skin just starts to slough and droop, like it's wearing a melting mask.
So does my attack go off? Does it turn leathery?
And that does trigger yours. 19 hits, and this time you watch as it sinks in and it hits hard. For 21.
21 damage.
There we go. So yeah, Vasu, it landed, it hit everything, including a couple of these eggs. Oh no, I killed Nordo.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Nordo. Hey, Flick, what's up?
I don't know. I'm here.
Oh, did it like destroy the eggs?
The two that he hit, yes.
One's still in the water.
What was your old initiative, Nordo?
19.
Perfect. It's still in order, almost.
Told
Alright.
we only
You're a robot.
You're a robot.
one.
Either way, this thing has started to melt. And let me see how long this lasts. Perfect, okay. That does bring us to Nordo. You can see now that the one to your right looks like it's taking full damage from Ace. It looks very fragile. You can see some of the bones under its melty, waxy skin.
And which one has me grappled?
That is actually Strange Flugslog to the right there.
Troubling.
Which one? There's two strange.
Oh, there are two Strange. The top one. I'm going to change Strange to Stranger.
So, riddle me this. It has me grappled with its tongue. Can I step up to it, or am I grappled like in place?
So I'd let you get closer to it. That's fine, yeah.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure I want to just yet. It's from my space. Could I reach one of the eggs?
Yeah.
And it would be an action to grab an egg.
Just an item pickup.
Or I'm sorry, I meant an action to break the grapple.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start with an action to break the grapple.
All right. I think 14 is enough. Let me double check. Yes. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's 15. As you struggle to get free, you watch as this Rugslog's tongue, it seems to bend in the middle and stick itself in through the wax on the wall to hold on a little bit stronger. Almost like a whip or a tentacle or a vine.
Well, that's troubling. I will use my item interaction to pick up an egg.
Alright, you are able to struggle. You kind of kick an egg up to yourself and catch it hacky sack style.
Excellent. And I have no movement. I will use my bonus action for patient defense.
Alright. Beefy. Okay, well, Beefy realizes that it is trouble time, and is going to cast a spell. He's gonna hit some friends, but you know what? Shit happens. So, Beefy rears back his head, lets out this croaking groan, and you watch as a little mote of fire in the back of his mouth forms, and erupts in a line, as he casts a line of fire through Gloomy, Buff, and Vasu. Gloomy and Buff are just straight up dead.
Really, pal? Think I'm scared of a little fire? Bathe in this shit.
Let me get a dexterity saving throw while I go look up the damage.
Watch this, like, knock me out.
Probably.
Oh, I thought that was me. Oh, that's still not very good.
13 is what you needed, so you take 7 fire damage.
Okay,
as
yeah,
this
fine.
ripple of fire kind of burns in the line through you and leaves a trail of melted wax across the wall behind you. But then, at the end of his turn, his skin hardens once more.
I'm going to lick my talon and press it to my tail feather and make a noise.
Perfect. Alright, those two fuckers are still running, which means it's just stranger...
Wait, I don't have a tail feather.
Stranger danger. Oh yeah, you don't. You're Griffin down
I'll
there.
just touch my ass then.
Perfect. Okay, sensing that it is oh shit time, both of these guys swell up, and you see their little bellies start to glow. And then they seem to get a sudden burst of fury and speed, and they are each going to put a fuckload of attacks on Nordo. Brace yourself, here we go.
All with disadvantage. Patient defense.
Alright. I'm ranged.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of these bad boys.
Jesus.
May I use my reaction?
Yeah,
Seeing him get swarmed by a bunch of shit?
absolutely. Tip skills. Gains a +5 bonus to AC.
For the record, only one of those hit anyway, and with that, 0 of them hit.
Alright, yeah. These things start to just go absolutely ravenous, but Moat is able to put up this warding shield of flame, and they just, they're not willing to go through it, they're scared of it, and all of their attacks miss.
I want the record to show that I do some dope monk shit, dodging out of the way of most of it, and then
Hell
give
yeah.
Vasu a wink.
You do like the Matrix stuff because your feet stuck to the ground still.
Yeah,
Alright.
Like carefully holding the egg under your arm the whole time.
exactly. I like to think that Nordo dodges all the attacks, and then Moat's thing protected the egg.
Oh, I like it. That's good. Okay, Graceful sees that there is now a whole party in here. Nordo, you can take an opportunity attack as it starts to frantically make its way over towards everyone. And Toto can also
I
take
can't do, I think.
if you've got reach, yes.
If that's the path it takes, it does step in and then out of my range of reach, so...
Yeah, it takes this path. Toto can take one as well.
It looks like it avoids me, I think. I'm not sure, I can't really see the grid.
Yeah, it is trying to
Dark
avoid
aspect.
you. I think if you don't have reach, I think it stays out of your range.
If you have
I
reach,
do
you
have-
hit it.
If you do have reach, then you can hit it,
I do
yes.
have reach with Fury.
Alright, go for it.
Yeah.
That does hit, actually. That is the only one that hits for 10 magical piercing.
Your spear has reach?
It is
Spear.
spear.
Don't normally have reach.
Spears do. No, they don't.
I
They
don't think
don't?
so.
What do they not? Well, then nothing
Oh.
hits.
Well, I have reach with my fire strike talent, so
Oh, okay, that works.
Yeah, there we go.
there you go.
Okay, excellent.
I
That
could have sworn spears had reach. I'm sorry.
Speed. Nah, all the other pole arms.
that actually works out in your favor. As the fire lashes into this thing, and it makes its way over towards the group, you watch as all of its skin starts to get kind of melty and droopy. When it gets over here, however, it swells up. You see this blue crackling energy go across its belly as it casts a spell. And then vanishes with a thundering boom, casting Thunderstep. I need a DC 13 Constitution save from Yule, Elise, Nomad, Moat, and Toto.
Gale, you rolled a dex save.
It's one either way.
Okay.
And it is going to reappear over here. Alright, so 10 for Yule and Moat, and 20 Thunder for Toto and Nomad. And then Elise.
Oh, gross. Am I in the poo water right now?
You're in the poo water.
Can I be flying above it, please?
You can be kind of hovering above it, sure.
I didn't realize this was poo water. Usually there's some sort of smell to go with this.
I was
I
gonna
like
say,
to think
apart
that
from
was
the
in
wax-
character.
apart from
Is
the
there
wax,
not slime over the water, or is it just like there's no slime in the water?
So it kind of you know when you have a beef stew and it starts to kind of harden and you get that
Gross.
That fat film on top.
yeah.
Thank you, I'm no longer hungry.
Listen, you guys asked, I have to answer, right?
But
Okay.
yeah. As Vasi realizes he's like almost standing in poo water, he kind of flies back up and he's like, "Oh God, these fucking elves! You can't trust the shit that comes out of either end of them."
All right, Moat's up.
Sorry, it was funnier in my head.
Just pretty good.
All right. I will step right here. Which one looks like it's weak to physical right now?
The melty one.
The
on
beefy?
The far. Graceful.
Graceful.
Stand
Okay.
next to Vasu for your special.
I can't reach anything with my smite right now because this is goddamn difficult terrain and I want to die.
Okay, continue then.
It's poo
I
water.
will throw a shock from my graceful then.
All right. Goes whizzing past Nordo. Oh no!
For a huge miss.
Huge miss. It hits the far side and sticks in a layer of wax over there. Hey, that's extremely convenient. Flick, you'll be up next.
Yay.
Welcome. We're trying to take an egg and run. I have an egg. The hard part is running.
But we also want to kill everything, so it's very difficult.
All right. Anything else, Mo?
No, that should be it.
All right, Flick. Welcome to the fun. You can be a little farther forward if you want. Everything.
Stay out of the poo water, though.
Everything past this wall is difficult terrain.
I can reach everything from here.
The wall is 4 foot tall.
Ooh. Right.
Fine.
No, Mo.
Classic.
One second. My character sheet disappeared. Where'd it go?
Oh my god, guys. Because you have to roll higher.
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, so these Eldritch Blasts, they just fly wide. Everything is a clusterfuck in there. There's things moving around, splashing of poo water everywhere. It's a miss.
Even when I rolled 10s,
Wait, where are you rolling 10s?
the compass
Plus
gives
Oh,
a plus
right,
one.
right, the plus ones. Yeah, no, 10s still miss, unfortunately.
Okay.
Alright,
Now it's not.
Yule, you're up.
I'm gonna heal myself in Elise.
All
Because
right.
why not?
Alrighty.
Healer, healing, healer.
I need healing.
Healing back and forth forever.
Oh no.
Stop.
Stop that right now.
Where is Elise's wounded icon?
She is an NPC. I don't want to go down the dangerous path of DMPC that we're already skirting.
Yeah,
I can
it's
see
far
her
too
magic
late.
bar.
I need to be prepared for Elise to die or leave the party at any moment.
Oh, I love it so much.
Oh.
I'll give her the 14.
Alright, she
Oh,
looks
Nomad, if you become evil, she'll be evil with us. It's canon.
Alright, anything else, Heal?
Candy, please.
No.
Don't forget, you are at the level now where you get your candy back every night.
Oh.
Speaking of short and long rest, what day of the week is it?
Wednesday.
What, my dudes?
It is Wednesday, my dude.
And this
And we're fighting frogs.
I don't get that reference.
What? I guess that makes sense. No, it's the Wednesday frog.
Is there a Wednesday frog?
It's
It is
Wednesday,
my dudes.
Was that
Keep up with
candy
your
actually
meme,
for me?
Basu.
Okay, everybody's
eating
cutting
this.
out. It's making this reference a lot harder to understand.
Fuck, it's even like the right color, too. Alright, it's canon now. That's basically what these things are. Waxy and slimy.
Oh,
I like
Also-
its tiny little beady eyes.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Nordo.
Alright,
you.
get some candy, Nordo.
Yeah, I
It's
was
been a
I was
while
talking
since I've
about
had
the vine.
Grandma's candy.
I was talking about the guy in the Spider-Man suit and swim goggles.
Oh.
Yeah, he does it too, but this is the frog.
Gotcha. I can't believe I
This
didn't
is the silent version.
piece this together. Anyway, Elise is up. Elise that sees that one of these things is temporarily vulnerable. She is going to point her scimitar. You watch as a golden beam connects to this distant frog slug, and golden cracks form all across its surface. It looks fragile and ready to be hit. Which brings us to Nomad.
Yeah. Nomad raises his hand up when the frog teleports. A shimmering field of purple surrounding him. That's why he only took 1 damage from the thunder. He clenches his fist and he's like, I like this kind of energy. This is my energy now.
Oh no. What have I done?
And then he, that clenched fist, he points it toward you. He expends a bonus action to increase the DC by 2. And he cashed. Let me pull out the reticles for this, just to so that I'm not killing my party members.
Appreciate it.
It's always a good thing. Was that
Where the fucking reticles?
10
I think it's a
square?
10-foot radius, right?
It is, yeah. So I'm gonna just aim here. Whoop! No, too far.
Alright. Bits of this wax just
There.
scatter. They harden on impact and then soften as they land again. Huge chunks of it that are covering the ground start to kind of melt away. But most importantly, some of these guys are taking a fucking load of damage. Graceful seems to be resistant to it. But the others are not.
Yeah. But she's also got the scimitar thing, so it's
That's only for
doubled.
attack rolls, though.
Oh, is it?
Just
fine.
bonus because it's
fail and die, so these guys are out.
Yeah.
They outie.
Thank fuck I'm not grappled anymore.
Yep,
Yeah,
grapple
DC's
save.
18.
DC is. Oh yeah. By the way, what is the bonus action that you're doing there? I don't recognize that.
I've been doing it. Here, I will fucking remind you what it is.
Oh, whatever it is, it's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Divine Arcana.
Sick. That's crazy good. Okay. Both
This
of
is the
these-
same child divinity as my like items thing, so I only get to it, and I'm out.
That makes sense. Okay, so this guy takes full damage, 16, because it has failed. This one would take full damage, but it is resistant currently, so it takes 8. You watch as the smaller ones are just blown to bits. Bits of wax and kind of this red spatter go across the wall. Nordo is free. Anything else, Nomad?
Movement. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I can stop here or something.
Alright. Brings us to Gale and Toto.
Alright, I have almost nothing that I can do, so I'm gonna just shoot the beefy one.
Alright.
Climb over
Deal
the wall.
double damage.
Gordy.
It has to be melee attack.
No, it can be
22.
ranged.
Attack roll.
Both of those hit for good damage, too, even through the resistance.
And now you're stuck to the wall.
Chink, chink.
Yeah, 2 big red spatters kind of spray across the wax in the backside of this room, as Beefy is hit twice. And then anything for Toto?
Toto's gonna jump over here and attack him.
Hell yes. Does he have? He does not have pack tactics. 10 misses.
Doesn't.
Alright. Brings us to Ace.
Alright, I'm using my eye for detail to make a perception check as a bonus action to see if there's any hidden creatures around us other than the ones we've seen.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Fantastic. Alright.
Nope, nothing you see.
Alright, is the Graceful Frog still all goldy?
He is. It's melted skin, so it looks weak to physical attacks, and it has got these gold veins rippling across the surface of its body.
You know what, I'll wait. I'll attack the other one because I have everything else on the other one and not a lot on that guy. I'll let someone else kill it, so.
Alright. Fire away. 20 for...
On Beefy Boy.
20 on Beefy Boy. So it resists the first part of the piercing, the rest of it is magical. Actually, it is...
18 damage.
It's resilient.
He got
against
hit by
magical
Shatter.
piercing Anyway, yeah.
Did he get by Shatter, so isn't he back to being all leathery?
No. He is still... The one in the back is still slimy.
No, Beefy Boy. This is on Beefy Boy.
Oh yeah, Beefy Boy's leathery.
So this is on Beefy Boy because I have my Hunter's Mark on him.
Yep. Alright, sinks in, hits hard, even through the leathery skin. You're starting to wear down on this thing. It looks frightened, it's frantic. Anything else?
Cool. That's it.
Alright, Vasu.
Okay. Fly my way over this way. Kind of going past Nordo and Toto. I'm gonna put myself right between these two big guys. Then first I'm going to use my bonus action to use my unarmed strike. A beefy one.
Alright.
Can I do it like out of order like that?
Rules is written no, but I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Okay, cool. Yep. I'm gonna kick the beefy one right in his dumb face.
20 hits, and the fire causes him to melt.
And then I'm going to use my main action. First, I'm going to turn around and spear the graceful one. This has a +1, and I think does some like additional fire damage too because my spear is still in that thing.
Yep, I think it's an extra d6.
Yeah, so 26 for 10, and then a d6 fire.
That's double.
Oh no. Okay, it does still hit, and as it sinks in, you watch as all of these golden veins shatter. Blood pours out of the remaining wound. That damage is doubled to 22.
Okay, how's it look?
It's still looking pretty good, honestly. It hasn't been hit too much.
I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna use my second attack on the beefy one.
Alright.
Hacha!
26 for 8. It does no longer resist that because it's melted, so that all hits. And
4 fire damage on
4
that
fire.
too.
Alright.
That's my turn.
Alright, brings us to Nordo.
I Looking frustrated, set the egg back down. Put both hands onto the handle of my axe and step up to Beefy. And I checked for a concentration. I do still have speak with animal, so I look at him and I say, "You dumb fucking animal, we told you we just wanted one." And I'm just gonna beat the shit out of this guy.
Excellent.
Reckless.
Wish I could understand it.
It's a little weird hearing these like deep guttural frog noises coming from Nordo the whole time. 18 does hit. 8 is almost enough.
How do you make your throat do that thing without it getting all bubbly and gross?
Magic.
16 is enough to finish that off.
And then I look to the other one and I say, "Fuck off!" and Grog Slug.
Perfect. Where are we at? Are we at the top? We'll do an intimidation roll at the top. Anything else?
Nope.
Alright, there's lots of dead stuff.
Well, actually, item interaction, I pick the egg back up.
Alright.
Pick both eggs up.
Perfect. So this thing has been hit by Shatter. That sounds like
Actually,
fun.
matter of fact, sorry, real quick. I put the axe away, pick both eggs up, tell this frog slug to fuck off, and I'm just gonna walk away with the egg.
Okay.
Now you get none of the eggs. One and one. Now we're taking them all.
Perfect. Okay, as you start to head off with the eggs, however, you recognize a very familiar rippling shimmering in the air, and then there is a sudden eruption as a what's it called? Thunderwave. Thunderwave? No, Shatter goes off. Centered on Nordo, hitting Moat, Nomad, Nordo, and Toto. I need Constitution saving throws.
Oh no.
Going to suck.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh boy, those are not good rolls.
Nope, not at all.
Alright. This thing summons the magic that has been used against it and throws it back in your direction. All three of you fail. Need one from Toto.
What about the eggs?
The two...
Don't mention the eggs.
I think it does. I think it only affects unheld objects.
Say, I probably failed the saving throw because I like put my body over the eggs to protect them from it.
Damn it, we're taking your eggs. Shut up.
The eggs are safe. They're being carried, which is the strongest defense that anything can have in 5th edition, is to be carried or worn. But then this thing is going to hop its way over and start chasing down a little bit.
I don't get an opportunity attack.
How?
I guess it's...
Let me.
Nah, it's still right there.
It's still right there. Let me see how like angry it is real quick.
Can I do my intimidation check to affect that?
Sure. Let's go and advance that a bit.
Can I still do animal handling?
No. This time it is definitely intimidation.
Can it be strength based?
Sure. While he's doing that,
I'm gonna add my candy.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, piece of candy.
Oh no!
Inspiration?
Here we go.
No thanks.
Oh, it works. So this thing throws the shatter out, but then it seems a little bit frantic. It has kind of abandoned these two eggs. Vasu, you can take an opportunity attack if you want. It seems to be retreating. And actually, you're in a position where you can see down this hall, too. There are a fuckload more eggs down this way. And it seems to just be kind of body blocking those eggs. 27 does hit. It is still weak to physical for 14. And that extra 4 is fire damage, right?
Yep.
Alright, then it stays melty. Brings us to Moat.
Since all of that conversation was in Frog Slog, I tell everyone that it's fucking off.
Yeah, where did my chakram land? I just want to go grab it, basically.
Sure. Yeah,
Hey, there's some more eggs down there. Bully these guys out of any more of them.
yeah, the chakram kind of stuck in the wall, like right over here.
I feel like I should stress this. There's a fuck ton more eggs down this hallway, guys.
I'll dash here and grab it, but that does take my whole turn.
All right. Brings us to Flick.
As much joy as it would bring me to punish these creatures' stupidity, I feel like we better just get on our way.
I'm with Vasu here. Fuck these frogs.
I didn't feel like I did do anything, so I'm fine with killing more frogs.
I'm also
But
like
we already got 2
health or
eggs.
something.
I guess you guys are bleeding and shit. I guess we can leave.
Fine. Have some more crabs and frogs or whatever these fucking things are.
All right. You guys all backing out? Does anybody plan on aggressing at this point?
Not really. We have.
No, I'm just watching everyone's backs from my little
I
podium.
need to take a serious moment to figure out how evil Vasu is and how much he cares about life and nature. Yeah, I'm done here.
All right.
There was a brief moment. There was a brief moment where I was considering just flying up right here, ignoring this frost log entirely, and just using gust and splattering off against the wall and then fucking.
We might be
It's
using
not
the
that
boat
much
yet.
of an asshole.
All right. Assuming that everybody is good to just take the existing eggs and run out of here. This thing kind of backs around the corner. It's scared. It's just trying to protect the eggs. It doesn't follow you out. And you guys are able to escape without too much more trouble.
I walk up to Patches with a big fucking crack in the back of my shell from that shatter, and I just violently shove an egg into his hands and say, "This better have been fucking worth it, son."
Oh, it will be, I promise. I can help.
Nomad scooping up handfuls of wax and just slathering it all over the cracks. Like, if it hardens, it'll be fine.
Can I use my?
Oh, what was that, Ace? You cut out.
No, I stopped. Someone else started talking.
Oh, gotcha.
But I was just gonna ask, can I use my bonus action to investigate to see if I can find a clue about this guy's murder?
Sure. This thing doesn't chase you out, so like if you guys want to stop here, and I know Gale wanted to gather wax, you can check the body. Go and give me an investigation check.
I can do it as a bonus action because I'm an Inquisitor.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Sherlock. Hit me.
Suppose we probably ought to take this body up to Esmeralda anyway, right? Let's turn this in.
This is a crime scene.
Nordo. Mo puts his hands on the crack in your shell. You get 5 points of lay on hands.
Thank you.
It was the wax.
Pretty sure it's the wax.
Activated by your magic, it became magical. Are you resistant to magic?
So I'd fire at him. Or the shadows here.
I don't recommend
no.
For science. But I rolled a 14, in fact.
So with a 14, you would learn basically a lot of the same stuff that Nordo found earlier with the 16. You can tell that there is some sort of incision right below the jawline. It appears to have been from a knife or a dagger or something that size. This appears to be staged. You're able to tell that the wax was definitely applied to his hands and his feet and his face kind of manually. But it doesn't go down below the armor. It looks like it was done sort of hastily. You can tell that it was propped against this wall sort of unnaturally. The only other detail that really stands out to you, again, like Nordo, is the body appears to be more bloated than you would expect, and even a little more than you would expect for this environment. It seems a little unnaturally bloated.
Should we take this up to Windy?
We definitely should.
Part of me would like to figure out what's going on here and get to the bottom of it, and part of me doesn't give a good goddamn about the city's crime or corruption or whatever the fuck. But
I mean, it's
suppose
just a
good
bunch
for
of
it to
elves
take it
killing
to the
elves.
investigator, see if she'd give us a reward, maybe.
I
Get you
do
some more
also
magic,
have
though, man.
exactly, and I do have some job prospects here. That means more magic.
And crime. I'm all about knowing the truth.
You are
gonna
an
say
ace
you were all-
detective.
I thought you were gonna go. I'm all about crime.
Right?
Before our talk last night, friend
Technically.
Nomad, I didn't know that you could buy magic that would help you find my sister and do all kinds of other stuff like that. So I think we should get as much of that as we can while we're here.
It is true. This is one of the biggest cities that sells magic.
And rewards come with money, and money helps buy magic.
Yay!
Exactly.
Coexisted.
I hand the easier burden of carrying the egg to Ace, and I pick up the body.
I hold them with my little bird arms, like they're my
Patches
babies.
has one of them, and you have
I
one.
hold it like it's my one baby.
Frog slug baby.
I'm gonna name you, and I say some weird thing in Orcish that just is probably extremely derogatory.
You named the gamer
Slime.
word. Slime nut? What?
Yeah. No.
Slime. It's like a walnut, but slime.
Yeah.
I name it bitch ass hoe.
Oh.
Just like the Orcish expression goes, you can't make a candle without taking some eggs.
You can't make a candle without cracking open some bitch ass hoes.
We must have had different versions of that saying in our tribes.
It's just a joke. You're correct.
All right. So are you guys taking this body? What are you doing with the body?
Taking the body.
All right.
Just taking to Wendy.
I don't want to touch no gross ass body.
It's okay.
I'll carry it. Don't worry about
Okay.
Sadiva.
I have an extra cloak. We can wrap it in from,
Yeah, to hide it from the public. They weren't
Oh,
too
I was more
happy
thinking.
about.
I was more thinking. So he doesn't have to touch it as much. But I have some more of those robes from the Constellation Observatory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hiding it might be a good idea anyway. The guard who talked to us about all this seemed like he was lying about when this all happened, so the other guards around town might be in on all this. We better not let them see.
Yeah.
Guess we'll find out. Yeah, good idea.
All right. So some things happen. Who is picking up the body to take it with you?
Nordo's picking up the body.
Not it.
Okay. As you kind of grab this body and you start to hoist it up, there is a cracking sound, like the breaking of a stick or a brick or a rock or something like that. And as you pull up, the top half of it comes up, and the rest doesn't. And you look down, and you can see from the waist down, just kind of like it looks like his insides have been turned to charcoal almost. They're dried out. They're dark black. There's a little bit just like this powder that kind of sprays off when it cracks at the middle as you try to like lift him up and over your shoulder.
Oh.
Well, that ain't right.
Does this look like spores or like just? Does it look like a creature did this, or does it look like someone used magic on him?
Give me your choice of nature or arcana.
I'll
I'm
try
assuming-
Arcana.
I'm assuming this has nothing to do with humans, though.
No.
Could I help Nomad Arcana?
How about he'll do arcana and you give me nature? Because I think this is something you might know about. Okay. Nomad, you would immediately begin to suspect some sort of petrification, possibly. A lot of petrification effects, are visible on the outside, but maybe this is like some sort of weird internal petrification thing that you've never heard of. Ace, as you look it over more closely, you can tell that it is not actually like charcoal or stone or some other material. In other words, it's still flesh, it's still meat, but it has been hardened by something. Hardened and dried out and dusted. And I guess you wouldn't
Do
know
not
that.
inhale him.
Yeah, you would get the sense that this is probably, it's obviously some sort of supernatural, but it doesn't seem like petrification to you, and it seems like something happened to influence its biology rather than literally transmuting it. But you're not entirely sure what. You've never seen an
Does it
effect
seem
like this.
contagious?
You've noticed that, like, none of the other creatures around here have had that problem. But that's as much as you can really deduce.
Yeah.
Can I examine the blade mark to see if there's any, like, I guess, extra corruption at it, like, as if the blade was the cause of that?
Sure. As you're, like, very specifically looking for signs near the blade mark that it could be related to this effect, you kind of, like, pry the wound open a little wider than you had before, and you start to, like, look really, really deep. And you can actually see that there is, like, a sheath of this blackened material a little deeper into the incision.
Think maybe some sort of cursed blade killed him.
Or poison.
Definitely some type of poison or magic blade of some sort. petrification. It looks like.
Here, let me take a look. Can I pop a divine sense?
Sure. With a divine sense, you do not detect anything out of the ordinary, anything you weren't expecting.
Okay. Now you're right.
Fucking love boat.
Right.
Well, this looks like something for the investigators to think about once we get them up top, I suppose.
Let's do. I'll take the lower half. I can handle legs.
All right. It takes a little bit of work. Now that you're kind of expecting it, you sort of like free it from the wax so that there's nothing to give any sort of give or resistance, and you're able to get the bottom half of the body. How are you guys? You guys just popping back out of the sewers looking like this, or do you have a? Are you just gonna try to like sneak back over towards the thing? I guess what I'm asking is how much of a shit do you give about walking through town looking like this?
We
I'm
do
gonna hose us
specifically not want to have the body exposed because
Yeah.
we're suspicious that other guards are in on this. So
I
Yeah,
have
just
2
focus-
cloaks.
we
We
have,
can
like, a
wrap each
tarp or
half. I have 2 cloaks. We can wrap each half up separately. Also, can I specifically take my dagger and cut his toe to see if it's spread to his toes as well, or if it's just in his?
Sure. You kind of cut off his toe, and when you get all the way down there, you find that it is a little drier than you would expect, and a little bit grayed, but not nearly as severe as it is in his torso.
Does it look like it's like only in muscle, like it's coming from veins?
With your existing rolls, it's a little hard to tell.
Gotcha. I will put the toe back into the shoe. Just put the shoe back
It just
on.
fell off.
Perfect.
I'll tell him like I cut off the toe to find out.
all right, so we wrap up the bodies in Ace's cloaks, and I'll just tie some like rope around the cloaks to
Yeah.
keep it all sealed up.
Awesome.
You guys want
Oh,
me
also-
to go out first? And
Probably
maybe
would
like
probably be
distract the
wise.
elf guards out there?
Maybe
Oh.
you'll see.
Yeah, seems wise.
I'm also
I'll
going
hose
to wrap the
all-
egg up in a cloak as well, so the egg is hidden in the cloak as well.
All right.
I'll hose all the poo water off of us.
All right. Perfect. You guys take a second to kind of hose off, get cleaned up, wrap up the bodies, try to make yourselves look presentable. Catch your breath. Elise will actually. How many people are hurt? There's enough people hurt that she can do this real quick.
Also, I'm not sure if it got noticed, but Toto got 5 points of healing, if it matters.
From
I healed him.
I don't think he can get healing, can he?
Can
Yeah.
his
he?
construct.
So the healing word and cure wounds won't work because they specifically say they don't work on constructs. I don't think
Does lay
there's-
on hands work?
I was gonna say unless lay on hands specifically says it doesn't work on constructs, then I think it will work.
Let me find out.
I think the only things that work in construct are regenerate and life transference.
Yeah, like a lot of healing spells say they don't work on constructs, but that is a specific rule, not a general rule.
Yeah,
There is no general rule that says constructs can't receive healing.
Lay on hands does say it though.
It
says
does say it. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you're right. Ignore me.
All right.
It's okay. I can just use a cantrip and heal him up over time.
Okay, cool.
All right. For the rest of you, though, she will throw out a prayer of healing over 10 minutes or so while you guys are cleaning up. 6 of y'all
Thank
is going to
you.
take 12. She'll take 12 for herself, so there's 5 left over.
I'll take some.
If no one else needs it, I'll take some as well.
How many of us need it?
3.
We have 3 left.
I'll take one if nobody else does.
I'll take one.
One
One
more.
left.
I'm okay.
All right.
If no one else needs it, I'll take it again if I can.
I don't think
I
you
don't know
can
if you
stack
can.
this one. Yeah, it's not like Healing Spirit.
Damn it.
Does that work on Toad?
No, unfortunately, this one doesn't work on constructs either.
I'll be right back real quick.
Sure. You guys get cleaned up, healed up, make your way through the city. You get a couple of weird looks, but again, you have Moat and you have You'll See. Between the two of them, you're able to kind of talk your way or just look innocent enough that nobody bothers you too much until you make your way up to the upper district. And you guys were heading to the guard station, is that correct?
Yep, it's windy.
All right. When you get to the guard station, you go up to the desk. You immediately get some pretty weird looks from everybody who's currently working there. But the man at the desk says, "Oh, Wendy is out doing some field work at the moment. I can take a note, or how can I help you?"
We have a body.
All right.
Quick question before we continue this. Is Nomad speaking through Ace? Because Ace would not say it just like that.
He's like, he's spoken to them before.
Oh, yeah, that necklace now, don't you? Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. So he's got his, necklace thing. And it's literally in his voice.
So he seems relatively unfazed. Like, oh, are you reporting a crime?
Yes. We also need help from your coroner to figure out what happened to it. We have the body with us right now.
Sure. Can I? Let's go find a room. I'll grab the coroner.
It was found in the sewers.
He motions for one of the guards in the corner to kind of escort you guys into a side room, and a couple minutes pass. He walks in with a big stack of papers and bureaucracy, and he's followed by a coroner who is wearing just this smock that is still a little bit bloodstained. There's the strong smell of chemicals. He's got a couple vials and a belt loop around his side. He's got this, it's an elven man, gray hair, thin wire glasses, and this curly mustache that is swirled into several loops. Honestly, very impressive. And a tiny little pointy goatee.
Hello, coroner. Were you the one who got me the piece of cerebellum?
You must be, what was your name? You're the brain-eating one. I admit I've never heard of anything so ridiculous in my life, but your results are impeccable.
Thank you. I'm flattered. We have more work for you.
Oh, delightful. I sure do love my work. My name is Regimprins. Regimprins Alex.
Dredgen Prince? What?
Regimprins. I
Regimprins.
know it's a little strange. It's foreign. It's from the east. So what do we have here? One body in two pieces. Interesting. Curious. What do you know about this?
I gestured at Ace, who has been our prime investigator for a time. Brother Bird here is a very skilled investigator. He will tell you what he has found out so far. I suspect petrification.
Yes. So we found this body in the sewers. It was stuck to one of the goo walls of the frog slugs. It looked as though someone had speared slime on it to appear as if it was killed by one of those frog slugs. It was oddly bloated, and when we tried to remove it to bring it here, it broke in half, and it looks like it was petrified from the inside. There is a blade wound on the neck. I peered inside, and it looks like it may be the source of such corruption. If you look into the right boot, I even took off the left the main toe, and it looks like the corruption has spread there, though not as strong.
So as you're kind of talking, he goes over to the desk, says, may I? And he points to the wrapped up body bits.
By all means, it is all yours.
All right, he starts to unwrap them. He starts looking it over. He pulls out a couple of tools, this big magnifying glass, and he starts to just kind of look it all over. And you do see that as he's doing it, he occasionally chants a spell and kind of taps himself in the chest. And, oh, interesting. Fascinating. This is unique. I've heard of an effect like this. Never seen it in person. I couldn't be certain. It could be, like you said, magic petrification. But the way it was transmitted and the fact that it hasn't affected the extremities as much, I suspect some sort of poison, perhaps. Let me do my job, my research. I'll look into this. I believe the guards can help you get through the paperwork. I don't really handle that side of things. I'll get to work. Post haste.
May I do the bureaucracy? I do so like organizing.
Well, no matter, we can work together. How about that? You'll be like, I'll be the investigator. You'll be like my manager.
Yes, I'll handle the paper side.
Sure.
Yes.
All right.
But we're going to be good cop.
So the coroner takes a little bit longer to look over some of the body. He checks like his gums, his teeth. Oh, fascinating. Eventually, he kind of goes and fetches a cart. He wraps everything back up. You see he casts a couple more cantrips as he's doing everything. In the meantime, the other guard who met you at the desk and has walked you in here starts going through the whole reporting procedure, which you just did a couple of days ago. You know how it goes down. This time there's a lot less scrutiny. You're not suspects in any of this, or at least not right away. And is there anything about your story that you're leaving out or changing, or is this just going to be normal paperwork.
I guess the most odd thing was that it was on the side of the slime wall that the frog slugs were not on. And
Are we leaving out the fact that the reason we were in the sewers was to get eggs for Maladay to make candles for this kid to teleport?
I mean, it's
home?
not legal, so
well, we were told by the woman we could go in there, did we not?
yeah. We
No,
were also
I
told.
I just mean,
No, we,
is that our story? Is that like we went into the sewer to deal with these frog slugs for them? Or are we leaving out the fact that we are like harvesting eggs for a candle?
I don't
Not
know.
that they would
I
care,
guess
I don't think, but do we like volunteer that information?
if they
I
ask, we'll
feel like
volunteer it. But
We shouldn't volunteer that.
Yes, I don't think we should tell them that unless we're like asked about why we were in the sewers.
yeah,
think we
when we
should
came
just
around the
tell
body,
them.
it looked like it was there for a while, bloated very strangely. I saw some tracks, but they seemed old. How old did the tracks seem like? Actually,
A few days.
a few days, perhaps.
Okay, so you're not volunteering any information about patches. Good to know. Yeah, they seem to take it at face value. They're content with your explanation that you were just going down there to do a sewer job. That's a thing that happens from time to time, and you guys look like adventurers. After an hour or two of boring, terrible paperwork, one or two, just brief zones of truth to confirm your statement, not to really do any sort of, scrutiny. They get you in and out. They get everything filed. And you guys are allowed to go on your way.
Pleasant people.
While
Before
I'm
we
in
leave-
there, are there any interesting documents I glance at?
Welcome to my hell, Thek.
I was braced for this. You have plenty of time in this room to look over every document that happens to be there, and all of these documents are, just forms for admitting, crimes that are reported. They take your statements. It's basically documents that they're filling out based on what you tell them.
Do any of them seem like they were written by someone who's pretty high up and whose name is recognized?
They're all just standard forms. Give me a history check, I guess.
Advantage because humanoids have hands.
They're humanoids. The only names that you really see are all of yours. The name of the guy working the desk, which is Weeble. The name of the coroner. And the name of the captain of the guard, who has pre-signed all of these forms as just part of doing them. The captain of the guard's name is Soltono Drasco.
All right, but they don't have any documentation from the mayor in there whose handwriting I can see.
No, I mean you're in a side room, not a storage room or an office or anything like that. They basically brought you into an empty room to take your statement and write things down. So there's not a lot of
Gotcha.
paperwork here.
Nothing important.
Yep.
And I missed the setup a little bit. Were we talking to Esmeralda specifically or somebody else?
They told you that she was out doing some field work, so you're talking to somebody else.
Okay.
Also,
whoever
before
we're talking to, my friend Vasadiva here, we have some urgent business we're looking to get to in Thorn Grove. Esmeralda had told us not to leave the city without checking in, but we'd like to depart as soon as possible.
Oh, understood. Let me go check those case files, see if there is a fee. We can set up bond, or set up a bail bond and get that taken care of. One moment, wait here, please. Ace, what's up?
Also, before we leave the coroner's office, I'm if you need any more information, just let us know. I'm really interested in this case. And I give him my business card.
Give me a persuasion check.
I wish I could sell you on anything else, but we'll try this out.
Okay. He seems compliant. He takes your card. He says, "Oh, of course. I'm sure you understand. It's an open investigation. We can't share details, but we appreciate that you've reported it, done your civic duty. We'll try to keep the city safe. Thanks to you."
Also, I give this to the coroner, not the officer, if that matters.
Right. Yes.
Perfect.
Some time passes, and eventually he comes back and says, "All right, based on our previous history with the defendant, and based on your clean record and the fact that you've helped the city, and especially the service that you've done in the past, and he kind of looks over to Yule, we can set bail at 25 gold pieces each.
Oh, come on now. We just went down into your sewers and brought you up that body, moving your investigation further, all for free. You don't think you can waive that?
We've already discounted the bail quite significantly. I'm sure you understand the
What are we under
importance.
bail for?
For, let's see, and he flips through his clipboard. Allegedly breaking and entering, the murder of 2 employees, assaulting Miss A at the New Society Staples compound, destruction of property, and abduction.
Wait, so she's not charged with abduction for kidnapping?
She's being scrutinized as well. We're asking nobody to leave the city without a blood take and a bail.
Also, question for me and Vasu. We were 6, so are we under bail as well? Because we weren't even at the warehouse.
I guess you guys wouldn't be. You guys were not there for that. Nordo, and if somebody else wants to help, can give me persuasion to try to talk down this bail.
Maybe you'll
Okay.
see since she's famous.
Yeah.
And probably has the highest charisma.
Yours like plus 11 or something, I think.
Something like that.
She just puts a plate of fresh baked cookies. She's like, well, let me just put these here.
I was going to say, Yule, do you want to try to persuade him to lower the bail?
Well, I'm assuming that I'm not even under bail anyway, so
You are currently under bail.
that sounds fake.
You can try to sweet talk
They
him.
have it mistaken. They have me mistaken, obviously.
How long are my compatriots under I guess detainment for?
We'll need to finish our Speak with Dead, the rest of our investigation, try to get some sort of objective account of what happened, which will be difficult because there were no witnesses that remained alive. It's hard to say.
Is this really necessary? At least one of them got away from us. We just brought you a body from the sewers. Like, we're helping your investigation. Can we just go?
And 2 bodies of hags.
I submit myself to a zone of truth. Does that help?
I'll try persuasion if I can.
Sure. I do, I don't mean to send this across the wrong way, but it's hard to use the they were hags defense when you are walking through town with a kobold.
Is there a temple to Aedra anywhere in the
Excuse
city
me.
that I've seen?
Yeah, you would have seen at least one kind of in the middle district.
The balance works in a weird way, doesn't it? If that helps my persuasion at all.
Go ahead and you can help Nordo with his persuasion. Go ahead and give me
I am
persuasion.
from a proud race of people.
God damn it. I'm using my inspiration. Fuck it.
Alright, go for it. Oh!
Hey!
Yay!
Oh, and
I'm not speaking.
I understand. One of my best friends is a bugbear. I'm simply saying we should not judge the fact that these hags were hags. I agree with you. As far as I know, and as far as the records of employment show, these 2 hags were productive members of society.
They were doing unfortunate cursing of food.
Were
Yes.
were they registered as hags? Or were they registered under a different alias?
They were registered as Fey Extraplaners, which is as much detail as we normally ask. I
Understood. No
can't
more.
comment
I
anymore.
understand.
You're right. I understand. You've been very helpful. You seem compliant. You've all submitted willingly. Frankly, I don't think you're that much of a flight risk. And I have had to deal with Phyllis's antics in the past. Bail's been lowered. 10 gold each.
Quick question for you, Feck, because bail means that we're paying to leave, but they will want us back at some point.
So I am sure that I'm using this term incorrectly, but basically they're saying that if you want to leave town, you're going to pay 10 gold, and they want a drop of blood from each of you. And at some point, if it becomes relevant to the investigation, they might call you back, yes.
Sounds fair to me. I'll head over
Sure.
10 gold.
And then Vasu is immune to that, and I think Ace was also not there for that, so you guys are fine.
Yep.
I do not have 10 gold.
I
I
will
will
pay Nordo's
spot-
bail.
I only just got 9 gold from the so here we go.
I can spot. I can help spot or help with Nomad if need be.
Oh, thank you.
How much do you need? I'll just pay the 10. I pay his 10.
Oh, you're so generous.
Me and Nomad spent all of our gold getting sending.
We're trying to contact his sister. It's very expensive.
Elise does hand over a platinum piece when she sees everybody else paying.
I told her it's just a gold.
A platinum piece is a gold.
Oh, is it? I thought. Oh, it's 10 gold. That's right. Never mind. I was thinking. I don't know what I was thinking. Like 100 or something. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, it's worth.
They do go through the motions of drawing a drop of blood from each of you.
Except for Vasu and Ace.
Except for Vasu and Ace. Does anybody object to that?
I certainly don't just immediately stick out my arm or anything. I'm like, what is this for?
In case we need to contact you for any future court hearings, the drop of blood will allow us to get in touch with you magically.
How will we know that this won't fall into the hands of someone who might do something malicious? What are your protection procedures on these samples you were taking?
Bo puts his arm out.
We have a number of security implements in place. They are all kept under lock and key in one of the finest and most secure vaults in the station. We have some of the best magical security in the city. Fuck.
I'll pass. You can send me a letter.
Do you have a copy of your city's laws that I could read over at my leisure?
I don't intend to leave the city, so I'll remain here.
How about you, Nomad? How are you feeling about this? What do you do?
So, my concern is my blood color, which is like purplish black. I don't know if that's gonna draw attention.
Probably is gonna look a little weird.
I'm going to say, fair warning, my blood is a very strange color.
You just say that?
Yeah.
That's no problem at all. Understood. And he'll kind of prick you on the fingertip and just take a tiny little drop of blood. He puts it between these two slides of glass. They kind of screw together, and he tucks it into a little briefcase. Yes, of course, the laws are all public knowledge. I don't have them on me, but I can direct you to a library, or I can try to dig up the files if you'd like to look them all over.
You have a library. I would be very interested
Library would be
in
very
stopping by before we leave.
Sure, of course.
I
And at this
have a
point,
question.
sure.
So, given my background in bounty hunting and all of that, would I know anything about, like, if there's some sort of underground trade for blood samples, basically?
Ooh, I'm real glad you asked. Give me, I guess this would be history, but with advantage? Sure, history with advantage.
So, 19.
Yes, absolutely. Having the blood or a body part of a person gives you a tremendous amount of influence over a couple of small spells that are often important. I believe it affects the dream spell, it affects scrying, there are a couple of others like that. It is one of those things where, like, nobody gives a shit about having John Brown's blood from next door. But if you're, like, a politician or somebody with a lot of enemies or something like that, then yeah, it would not be impossible for somebody to try to literally get a lock of your hair or a drop of your blood and put it on the black market. It's one of those things that happens, but it's almost always like a specific contract. It's not like there's a blood market where you go shopping for blood. It's like you hire somebody to go get a clipping of this person's hair or a drop of this person's blood.
Okay. Given my particular line of work, I know about I know about the magic that can be used with a drop of my blood or lock of my hair, something like that. And I know that despite these magical securities, it is possible that they could get into the wrong hands, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable.
Most of the time when people perform that sort of contract, they will just get it directly from you. I can assure you that our vaults are the safest place to store this. If it's going to be an ordeal, we would be satisfied by an important possession, some sort of leverage, anything that we can use to get in touch with you in the future if you're not comfortable giving blood.
I tear a piece of paper out of the back of my sketchbook and I hand it to him and I say, "You can use that to get in touch with me."
It needs to be something a little more personal.
No, I mean you can write a note on that and use it to get in touch with me.
God, give me a persuasion check.
It is true, there are letters that find us anywhere. So can you not just send to us? Sending spell.
Does it need to be of particular monetary value, or does sentimental value count in this situation?
Sentimental value, or the length of time that you've had it. Have you had this journal for a long time?
About 2 years now.
That's sufficient. It'll work. And he kind of pulls out a little leather pouch and he writes some things down, and he sticks the slip of paper into it.
Excellent.
I've had this violin for quite some time, and I'm not going to be without it, so I'll come back for it.
Oh, you give him the whole violin?
I mean, I guess Nordor just gave him a piece of paper.
Yeah.
He breaks off a chunk of the violin.
He's gonna pull off one string. That counts, right?
That will suffice.
Oh, okay. Cool. I did not expect that to work. I say in my head, not out loud.
Alright.
The mind reader sitting at the back of the room. I agree.
Does anyone not give either blood or some sort of possession?
I don't, because I intend to.
I'm assuming they already have my blood, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Alright, this one will have to stay in town if he doesn't give anything, but the rest
How
of
many
you,
days must we stay in town? If we were to stay in town.
Until the investigation is complete. It could be...
And how long would that take? Because apparently it took this woman less than a day to get a restraining order, so you guys seem to have fairly fast legal proceedings. So I would assume by the end of tomorrow, then, correct?
It could be anywhere from 2 or 3 days to 2 or 3 months. It depends on what the investigation turns up.
I love that this D&D session is us just Karening this guy.
Right?
Does this city have a right to expeditious trial?
With a 13 in sight, does Gale actually intend to stay in the city when we leave?
Hell no.
Good. I was a little concerned there.
Can I make
Can
an
you
insight
hit the
check to
pilot?
see how horrible we're like ruining this guy's day?
You don't even need an insight roll. His mood went from like neutral to like, oh, this is kind of interesting.
It's
There's a crime being
it's a
reported.
17 as minimum.
You guys, he wants lunch, man. He's real sick of this shit. He's being Karen'd real hard right now. He just wants to get this done and over with.
So for a second there, when you said Karen, I'm like, I don't know that noun, that verb, Karens, and I realized you were talking that we were all just Karens right now. We all have that Karen haircut. Now I finally get it.
Does he recognize me?
He knows who you are. He doesn't seem to recognize you as if, like, you don't think you've met him before.
That's what I meant. Yeah, but recognizes as in, like, recognizes me.
Yeah, he recognizes you.
Okay.
Your name's on the paper.
You also kind of get the sense, Yule, that is the only reason you guys are being shown this much leniency.
All right. I'm sorry to keep such a hard time. I just want to make sure that we're new here. You said there's a library that we can get more information, and then we'll be out of your hair.
I understand. I've dealt with your type before. Library, yes, middle district, tall building. It kind of has a unicorn spiral look to it. You can't miss it. Oh, no, me too.
And then I respond in Elvish. I've dealt with your kind too. I understand.
Right. Okay. I meant adventure. Never mind. It's unimportant. Everything is in order here. This one cannot leave town until the investigation is complete or he pays bail. We will file the crime that you've reported. Let you know if we need any additional information out of you for now. For now, I'm going to go file all of these papers. Please see yourselves out. It's been a pleasure.
He didn't make me pay bail, right?
Yeah, he did. You either have to pay 10 gold, or you have to pay 10 gold, and then you either have to give a drop of blood or some sort of a possession that you've owned for at least a year.
Well, now is Reginald in here?
Reginald's
I mean, it's been a while.
I look up.
I'm also kind of confused.
Not
Different
you know
Reginald.
Reginald,
Fuck, is this...
the other jailer.
Are we fishing for another luck
Are
check?
you
the hotel?
you're fishing
Yes.
Geo's jailer? Okay, give me luck with disadvantage.
Luck at what?
Luck with disadvantage.
Handicap luck.
Sorry, people keep talking.
Luck with disadvantage.
Okay, thank you.
So I've been thinking, Feck.
Uh-huh.
Is luck something you can or cannot have proficiency in? Because if
There's
so,
a feat.
does Flick's talisman give him like a bonus of 1d4 to luck roll?
There is actually a list of what can and cannot affect luck rolls. For the most part, it is only things that are like luck-related skills, like the halfling thing, or divine intervention. Like I think guidance can apply to luck checks.
So
There,
it's
His
like
talisman
perma
cannot.
guidance. It's like
but there is the lucky feat, and I believe the lucky feat does actually give you proficiency in checks. I'd have to double check. I modified it a little bit since we're using luck as a rollable
What
check.
stat does it use?
Luck.
Luck. Luck is a stat.
Yeah.
Do
There it
we
is.
know our luck stat?
It's always
the
plus
same
0
for
for everyone.
I just linked the page in the chat.
But
There we
But-
go. Perfect.
what if we want more luck naturally?
You can modify it like any other ability score.
Like with your
Can I
feet.
put my
What?
ASI in there?
Yeah, if you want to take an ASI for luck, you can do that.
I thought I remember. Maybe this is just me being like crazy, but like I thought for some reason you were like, oh, if you're a really shitty character, you get more luck
I
than
thought
if you
about-
like Arvasu with 1,000 pluses.
I thought about having it oscillate
Hey.
like that, and then I decided it was easier to just keep things flat. It's a house rule, so I don't want to go too crazy all at once, like I did with my crafting system. So it's just one thing at a
The
time.
crafting system is great.
Thank you. I'm actually really happy with how it's turned out. I've
I
been
love
pleased
it
with
too. Yeah, I've been using, as you all know who play with me, I've been using it ever since you started using it. It's great.
It's so great. It doesn't work very well for me usually, but it works great.
Wait, there's a crafting system?
You have
I'm so
used the
glad I made,
crafting system, I think.
like-
Great.
Mook
No.
instead of making a caster, so I don't have to worry about the casting system.
All right. Moat, what's up?
It doesn't really matter until Yule is done, but once everybody's out, I will pay Gale's bail.
Okay, noted. I
I just kind of like walk up and like, I'm sorry, he's new to the order. He's still learning the ways, but I've
Ooh.
got him.
Interesting. Give me a deception check.
paladins that lie are my favorite.
Right. Understood. I've heard stories, and I understand that you guys don't always work in the usual fashions. I trust that he will be under your care at all times.
Of course. I've got my eye on him.
All right. You don't have a possession of his. I really am not supposed to break rules.
I have this hat that he made. I will hand over the featherfall hat.
All right.
Traitor.
Understood. That will be satisfactory.
Excellent,
God,
thank
I
you.
can't wait for you to fall off that boat.
I'm gonna die so bad. It's gonna be so bad.
It'd be so poetic.
It's a good
What's the
thing
bail,
that
Tim?
Nomad knows
Yeah,
it.
10 gold.
I'm out of gold now too.
All right. Yule.
I asked if Reginald was in.
Oh, right. Reginald. I'm sorry. I don't know a Reginald.
I believe you're thinking of the innkeeper there, grandmother.
Also,
No,
Did you eat some
no,
lunch yet?
that's
I think-
what is his name?
I don't
I
remember his name
literally,
either.
yeah, I can't
Bart?
remember his name.
Yannick Frunsweed.
Sure.
Well, you look hungry anyway, grandmother. You're looking kind of frail after our adventure. Why don't we go grab some lunch and hopefully Patches can figure out whatever he needs to figure out with his candle.
I can do it now.
we have to get
Well-
the candle made first.
We need
And
to
still
make
take a
it.
few hours.
Yeah. We have
Let's
to
go
take
back
it melody.
to Lady Maladays. I'd like to buy some more. Well, I guess I shouldn't say here.
But what if I use my inspiration?
Sure. You can give me one more if you want. No. 16.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty okay. Who are you fishing for this Reginald to be? Just like another high-ranking guard or something?
Yes.
What is your... I guess I wouldn't know that, and the world wouldn't know that. What does the world think of a 16 on a Reginald high-ranking guard?
I mean, it's been a while since I've been here. He's probably been moved up a little bit.
16.
He's probably promoted to manager by now.
Mr. Manager.
Person bad.
Like Reginald passed away 3 years ago.
I was gonna say, I was leaning more like, oh, he retired a couple of years ago.
He's an elf. They don't retire. You can't do that to me.
It's true. They would get bored.
Yeah, they would literally just get bored.
I'm sorry, Mr. Reginald, Marinus Reginald, who is a person who exists and has always existed.
Correct. He is in my lore, so he better.
Currently, on vacation. He'll be back in 2 weeks.
All right. Well, I'll be back in 2 weeks, and then I'll pay my bill.
Would you like me to pass a message, Miss C? Surely.
I hope you understand. I'm a little famous around here. I only work with certain people.
God, give me persuasion at disadvantage.
You mean advantage because I'm famous.
No, I mean disadvantage because you're trying to get out of a 10 gold bribe as a rich,
I said
well-known
one twice.
person.
Basically hit it twice, but 26.
26
so,
is great.
Obviously.
Fine. All right. Understood. I'll put this one on Reginald's tab.
Oh yeah, you just have him contact me. He has my number.
Oh.
He'll understand. It's not the first time I've been in here.
Yes, I'm quite certain of that. Have a nice day, Miss C and company.
Well, thank you so much, sweetheart.
Have a good lunch.
As we walk out, I get the hotel lobby bell and just ring it as we walk out the door.
Ace, what's up?
So as we walk out, I'm like, Nomad, we have work to do. And I take his hand and I take us to the library.
Yay,
Whoa,
work.
are we going to get the candle made by Lady Maladay?
You're going to
You
walk
don't
in
need
there
those.
and she's going to take a few hours to do it. We can use this. Maybe we can find some loophole.
Yeah. You
Or
do not
something.
need us for
That's
this.
assuming that she doesn't hate us for, someone telling the god on her like a little tattletale.
You're right. Gail, come
Do
with
we
us.
need a loophole for the 10 gold that we just paid? Why don't we just move on, go home?
I'm more
get
worried
out of this
about the
fucking
fact
fight?
that this elf was able to get a restraining order against us in less than a day, and that if that's the case, she may be able to get access to the blood samples you gave, and that can be fucky wucky.
I think that's normal in
I think
this.
you're focusing way too hard on this.
Also,
That's
having traveled around
expensive.
cities, is this blood sample thing seem like a common thing, or is it just like this city's doing?
You know enough about investigation and crime and the criminal process to know a couple of things just based on your background. The first is that it is very common to take either a possession or a blood sample from anyone who is suspected in a case so that you can get in touch with them easier. The second thing is that a restraining order doesn't mean you actually have any authority over the case. It just means, hey, I'm worried for my safety. Please legally tell this person to stay away from me. If you guys wanted to, you could go into that police station and file a restraining order against Phyllis right now, and they would probably be done in like a couple of hours.
Let's do it.
What else would you know? Like, the 10 gold fee is not only standard for like a bail, but also cheap. Like, it's usually more than that. Yeah, you would be correct there. Like, if you guys come back and this investigation is done and they don't need you anymore, the bail will be repaid, and they will almost certainly give you your blood back if you request it.
Then why did Yule say they still have her blood? Did she just never come back for her bail a long
Well,
time?
that's for something else.
Still being investigated.
Christ.
It's a long investigation. I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, okay. The blood probably dried up by now.
So, Ace, I don't want to influence your your train of thought, or your train of thought, because I know you're all about conspiracies, and this is D&D. Those things happen. But if your concern is that just because Phyllis was able to get a restraining order quickly, you think that she is like somehow in the legal system or above the legal system, it doesn't really add up. Like, anybody
Okay.
can get a restraining order, and it's not a super complex process here.
Last session you said that happened abnormally quick, which is why I was concerned.
No, it was normal
That's the
this
opposite of what I
time.
said.
Okay, I'm differently, but I was also drinking, so who knows?
It's fair.
I
But I
like the
do need.
wikis. God
Oh
damn
yeah,
it.
that's fair. I actually
Oh,
do
chicken
need
nuggets.
access to a library because I have to look up Beetlejuice.
All right.
Yeah, we can look up other stuff while we're there.
So, are we stopping by the candle shop first and then going to the library?
Yeah,
We're
we can
splitting
shop
up.
first and see if there's going to be a wait.
I'm splitting the party. She already said it was going to take her a while to make it.
All right. Some of you go to the candle shop, and oh, you've come back. What can I do?
I once again just push Patches forward.
Oh, hi. I want a candle, please. And he holds up this big egg. He's like, oh, this will be a delightful treat. Yes, come back in the morning. She takes it. She kind of tucks it under her cloak and then tells you guys to show.
Can I make an insight check? Is she actually going to make a candle out of that egg?
Sure.
Is this bitch about to eat that egg and then just make us the candle with materials she already had?
She's crazy. Who knows? But she doesn't. She's not outwardly lying. If she's
She's
lying,
crazy.
she's good at it.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Oh, while I'm there, do you have any more of that, the Distant Lands, the one for people that see blue in their dreams?
Yes, I believe I do. Let me go check the back. And she kind of goes back. She hobbles her way back, and eventually she comes back out, and she's got another 10 or 2 if you'd like to buy 2.
Just
I go
one.
get the police again.
Actually, how much was it again?
Oh fuck! I think it was like 2 or 3 gold.
Never
for a
mind.
10.
I forgot. I'm broke as shit now. I don't buy any more Distant Lands.
All right.
I'll buy some for him because he enjoyed it.
Okay. Perfect.
I'm also totally kidding.
Okay.
I could say I would not let you go to the police again. Not when I'm buying illegal substance.
Also, I was trying to. I think I said earlier. I'm bringing Gale with us because I know because he ratted this out last time. If he'll come to the library,
I don't need to go to the library.
there could be cool blueprints.
Also,
I'm going to the.
not to like push back too hard on that, but like, don't we know that people that aren't elves are getting weird looks for not being like the only reason we're not getting shit on every day in this city is because we're with Yule.
And
I feel like we should stay with Yule and Moat,
Yeah.
and not send the 2 monsters out on their own into this high elf city that like previously
okay.
had never come to.
I'm
this
well
because of
disguised.
How bad of an idea it is.
For the record, Nomad does look like an elf, and it is fairly convincing.
I'm staying at the hotel.
All right. One way or another, even if Ace goes there a little bit early and splits off, after a short stop at the candle shop, you guys, everybody who was going to the library meets at the library. What would you like to do? I suppose I should introduce the place. It's like a lot of the other buildings in the city. It's very tall. It's very vertical, and there's just this open view straight up the middle of it, and dangling from the ceiling. By these kind of thin metal wires are bones, skeletons, fossils of tons of different creatures. There are flying creatures, there are swimming creatures, and you can see that kind of dancing and moving and swimming between all of these suspended bones are illusory versions of the living creatures that they represent. And there's just kind of this big persistent show going on of all of these creatures swimming around through the suspended bones. All around the outer walls are shelves of books with ladders that slide across them and along them. There are a couple of spiraling staircases that go up between the different floors. And you can see that there is just a big central desk in the center at the bottom floor where you guys first walk in, where 2 or 3 librarians are kind of just seated at a desk. A couple of them are reading quietly. One of them is dealing with a customer right now.
Greetings.
Hello.
I
can
love
find
your
something?
fossils.
Thank you. I didn't help make them, but I do like to watch them. They're very fascinating, aren't they?
They are. I like watching dead things. Anyhow,
God.
God, you were way too quick whenever you're trying to be creepy.
Right?
sorry.
It's
It's a weird frustration.
It's
Ace runs
so
up.
naturally.
Ace starts tugging on Nomad's cloak in a child who's like, I want to read a book. I want to read a book.
Oh yes, we wish to read books in this building filled with them.
Yes, that is usually what is done at a library. What kind of books do you like?
Do you have anything on cities, underworld cities?
Oh, the underworld cities.
The Underdark!
Oh, the Underdark.
He like throws his arms up and acts all excited.
A fan of...
Got a child yelling about the Underdark.
He really loves the Underdog.
Yes, he loves the spooky stories before bed, yes. Plenty of spooky stories. Try the 3rd floor. On the right, around this corner, in this direction. And she kind of points off to one side of the building. There is some fictional work there. If you're looking for non-fiction, the 6th floor in that corner, I believe, is where you'll find the most about the Underdark.
Yes.
Thank you!
Let's go now. I take his hat and walk over there.
As
He acts like a child who's like mesmerized by everything and not paying attention, but really he's just taking in everything while acting like he's dumb as shit.
So as you kind of walk over towards these spiral staircases that lead up further into the building, you do see that there's a little attendant there, and somebody kind of beats you to the staircase, and they flash a card, like a little paper card, and he just waves the person through the staircase and motions for them to go up.
What are those? Do we need to sign up?
Perhaps it's a library card. I don't know. Let's ask.
I've never been to a library.
I walk up and I'm like, I want to read books on the 3rd floor.
Wonderful. Do you have a card with us already, or will you be paying now?
What's the card?
The card is a permanent pass to the library and all of its resources. If you're just here for a day pass, you may spend the entire day here for 4 silver.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I will pay for my
I,
child.
Do you, Meta, does he have the silver to pay?
I do. I have actually separate my copper, silver, and gold. I have more silver than gold.
Ace, give me, if you're trying to pass yourself off as a child, give me a performance check against...
Does he have advantage?
Against a 14.
Because like children are people.
That's for no,
Hold on,
no,
I'm going to roll this, and I might use my I might use my inspiration. So hold on.
I would love nothing more than for you to blow your inspiration to save 2 silver.
Oh, it's
I'm
only 2
paid.
silver. I just want to still be. Okay, I guess if I'm not a child, I'm just stupid. It's fine.
Oh, he has a children's.
No.
Incredible.
I'm afraid the going rate for adults is 4 silver for each of you.
4 silver, and I just hand him 4 silver.
Yeah.
But I
Give
keep
him
with my
4
child's voice. I'm a Kinku. What do they expect?
Excellent.
Well, what about for me?
You'll give me a luck check.
Do I already
Senior
have a library
discount.
I was
card?
going to say, you probably already have a library card.
Every pass.
Wait, how much is the full time?
Yeah. The actual card.
The lifetime membership is, and I should do some math, it would be 2.5 gold.
Oh.
Yeah, 2.5 gold.
Actually.
You've got one.
Sick.
You know what? Let me just give you 2.5 gold.
I also give him 2.5 gold. I'm just gonna get a full membership.
All right, they send you over to the desk. You have to do it at the desk, but one way or another, you guys spend 2.5 gold. You get a permanent lifetime membership card to the Valdalance Library.
D&D, fighting frog slugs, getting library card.
I was gonna say 80% of the session has been like bureaucracy.
We're in.
One way or another, those of you who are willing to pay either 4 silver for today or 2.5 gold for forever are able to make your way into the library and begin researching whatever you would like to research. You said you're looking into Beetlejuice?
Mm-hmm.
I have a few things I want to research.
Sure.
I'm gonna do 4 silver
Same.
because what are the odds that we're gonna spend enough time here to warrant 2.5 gold?
Yeah.
We'll be back for bail.
I do want to make sure that we don't spend all day in this library, so we're going to go a little quick on this. Go ahead and give me an investigation for Beetlejuice.
I wish to use my inspiration.
All right.
It didn't work.
Beetlejuice is a known ruined colony. Ancient, hard to say exactly how long. Some people theorize a couple hundred, some people theorize a little longer. It is rumored to be far to the east, somewhere on... the island of West Kona, somewhere on this island. It is said that there are beautiful gardens there that have flora from all around the world, even things that should not naturally thrive in the jungle. It is dangerous, not only because of the local population of orcs and slavers and raiders, but also because of the wildlife and rumors tell of dangers from within the crypts of Beetlejuice. You find that there are several fictional stories that have been written about Beetlejuice and adventurers that have gone there in search of great treasure and found promising things, eternal life, or great valuable treasures, magical items. It kind of just has they're just tales about it. It's a real location that you get the feeling a lot of fantasy has been made up about, but there might be some element of truth to it.
Can you mark it on the map?
Sure.
Is on the west, you say?
Over to the east. Let's see.
Oh, east. I see larval fin. You say Kona?
Its name changed.
West Kona. Yeah. Oh, this is your island.
This is where he's like when he was with the Crimson Hand. He was spent like 2 years on this island.
Yep. Flick probably heard of it. Could point it out on a map. It's a pretty big one. It's close to Erebus, and it's not too far from Bronrose. So,
Okay.
you know, people know of it. It's a known island. It is in Ajubadan territory, so it is kind of, you know, it's very foreign. Not a lot is known of it, and it's known to be kind of orc country, so they're not known for their hospitality.
I have two things I want to look up.
Sure, real quick, Moat, hand up.
Yeah, while we're in the library, I'm looking for anything I can find on Firebird's Roost.
Firebird's Roost, give me an investigation check.
Can I give you persuasion?
I can help you look it up.
Give me persuasion if you want to try to get somebody to help you find stuff on Firebird's Roost.
That'd be ideal if I really can.
Sure, yeah, go for it. Yeah, you kind of schmooze one of the librarians for a bit, and they seem very interested in you and your story. And they are willing to help you look for something in Firebird's Roost, and she
Excellent.
is pretty good at investigation, so let's see how this goes. You already rolled you rolled a 13 up there, so she'll just get one. The two of you together are able to find one account of a place called Firebird's Roost. It is an old story, often told to children, about the phoenix and the elements. It is rumored to be a place that is a very large volcano that has just risen up out of the sea. It erupts every time a new phoenix is born. Again, you get the feeling it probably is a real place, but there's a lot of lore and mystery that's been built around it that is probably untrue. Some of it might be. Hard to say exactly for sure. It is rumored to be far to the east. Specifically, it is rumored to be beyond my map. Where's my map? Here it is. Most of the stories about getting to Firebird's Roost talk about going through the islands of Kijani, which is kind of just this old, uninhabited, kind of ancient, jungly island chain that is said to be the home to dragons and things more fearsome than dragons.
Okay, cool.
Flick.
Okay, I'm gonna flirt with the same librarian to do better than Mo.
Okay. Give me a persuasion
Wow.
check.
It's okay now that I said that I'm going to fuck it up.
While he's flirting with the librarian, can I try to pocket this book?
Sure. Give me.
I'm helping.
Stealing from the library.
Okay, hang on. What would they have here? You're in an elven city. Give me a sleight of hand check first.
God, I hate this.
Oh, that's really good.
I did it.
Okay. Yeah, you were able to pocket the book successfully. Nobody seems to notice. I'll make a note of this. 16, pretty good. She is very...
18.
Yeah, 18. Oh, great, excellent. She is willing to help you as well. What are you looking for? What are we researching today?
I'm not really sure what it'd be called, but you know how the moon was really big in the first episode or whatever?
Yeah.
I want to know like about that phenomenon, if that's happened in any
Sure.
stories or legends or anything.
Oh, the moon getting big. Close. Interesting. I think I may have heard a story or two. Let me see here. There are some old accounts of a festival, a pagan, a very dark ritual, actually, devoted to some of the demon lords, specifically Pale Night, where it was rumored that the moon would appear larger, sometimes blood red, other times sort of this sickly pink. It was rumored that if you were to murder someone very important to you on the night of one of these large moons, it would bring you growth, transformation, dark blessings, nasty stuff, terrible business.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Could you show me more about this Pale Knight? I'm just a little curious.
Of course, and she'll kind of take you over to the religious section of the library, and there you find a good deal of research into Pale Knight and everything she's about. Is there any specific information that you're looking for? I'd say with the 27, you can basically ask like 5 questions about Pale Knight, and you'll get, answers, truthful answers to those 5 questions.
Can I think about them?
Yeah, exactly. I won't take up the time with that. You think up 5 questions about Pale Knight, and we'll move on to the next person. Ace, what are you looking at?
My first question is going to be on the Caldis Island, and any information we can find on that.
Excellent. Give me an investigation. It's very close by. There's a good amount of information on it. It is a very tall island, just like a big jutted plateau of earth that rises up out of the sea. There's a little bit of land around its base near the water where people have formed very small settlements and docks. But most of the activity takes place at the top of the island, which is a natural growing ground for a lot of bizarre plants, especially realmouth wood. It is one of the largest exporters of realmouth wood. It is said to be good for realmouth wood because the entire place is dusted with adamantine from a meteor that struck the center of the caldera at some point and formed a lake there. So there's just mithril powder all over the ground there, and it helps the realmouth wood trees to grow well. However, the entire place is looked over very cautiously by an order of druids known as
The Mythwoods.
Mythfits.
the Misfits. I love it. That's what they're called now.
That's the company that makes it.
Mythfoots. They're known as the Firebark Circle. They are very protective because they believe that the important ecology that is set up on this island is very delicate, which is, as best as you can tell, very true. And they believe that the entire island would be prone to either rampant deforestation if people are allowed to take as much as they want, or an ecological collapse if some of the rare animals that grow there were to fall out of balance with one another. It is a very cautiously kept garden island. The druids there understand the value of realmouth wood, and they do allow people to take it, but it is rationed. It is rationed through sort of like a lottery system. And people who try to sneak on and take it without permission find themselves harshly punished by the druids there.
What do I know about these druids?
They have an affinity to fire. They are more protected with protecting the ecology there than with the money that could be made with the realmouth wood. They're cooperative. They talk to the people around them. They live up at the top of Caldis Island, but a few of them will occasionally go down to the base where people have set up docks and harbors, and that's how they kind of negotiate and figure out who's going to be allowed to go up there and take wood. Doesn't have the names of leaders or anything really more than that. It's just kind of an overview of how the setup works.
All right. Around this time, I'm assuming that Nomad's finished what he's doing, and I'm going to be like, hey, could you help me with something? I need to find some information in the religion section.
Help you.
And I'm going to go look up some stuff on Corlin.
Okay, give me another investigation check.
The advantage?
Yeah, you help. With Corlin, you would learn everything that you already know. With a 14, I don't think you would learn anything that you didn't already know. Let me double check to see what I sent you real quick. Or if you have that and you want to send it back to me, I'll compare it.
I'm stumbling
I
through the
have
book.
no idea where all my stuff is at.
Noted.
For class.
Yeah. I'm thumbing through the book, and they ask him, "You're looking for information in Corellan?"
Yeah, the god of who created my people.
Right. May I roll religion to see what I know?
Sure, give me a religion check.
28.
You would know quite a bit. Let me go dig this up.
Yeah. Push the books aside. Listen, I will tell you all about Corellan. Or how you have called him in the past, the bitch god of crow.
Okay,
This is an accurate statement.
so you would know quite a bit, Nomad, and it's up to you to tell him as much or as little as you want. Corlin, which was originally spelled Korlin, was kind of a lesser deity. It was closely tied to creativity, invention, but he was kind of a prankster. He was very reckless. A lot of his endeavors had bad results. It said that he was born from some sort of a ritualistic tryst between Bast and Jujak. It eventually got itself into a bunch of trouble after uplifting a few species, namely the Kenku, the Kobolds, and the Kuatoa. Basically what happened is Corlin would get bored, he would uplift a species, he would kind of entertain himself, and then he would move on. And then these species...
Define uplift.
He would basically take an animal, or an existing creature or monster, and he would rapidly guide its evolution to produce a humanoid species capable of sentient thought and, importantly, worship. And he would make these little toys to worship him, and then give them free will and all these other things. But it was a reckless guiding process. It resulted in species that were, like him, a little bit reckless, very creative, very inventive, but not always very foresightful. And importantly, after he created each of these species, he would kind of move on and just leave them running without, paying attention to them, without answering their prayers. He was kind of a reckless, careless god. As he grew distant from his creations stopped worshipping him. And Corlin quickly discovered that when you don't get worship from your creations, you start to lose your powers. And so Corlin started to fade in power. This made Corlin kind of angry. And so Corlin he sought to undo his creations. He wanted to undo the species that he had made. And he effectively started a mass genocide of Kenku, Kobolds, and Kuatoa. And he started to unwind them one element at a time. With the Kenku, he unwinded their creativity, and he unwinded their ability to fly. However, it was about this point that Bast stepped in and said, "Whoa, you can't fucking do that. That's a terrible thing to do. Why would you do that?" And Bast, who was a stronger deity, effectively cut off Corlin from his creation, put a curse of complacency upon him, and gave him the new name that started with a Q instead. So that all of his old followers would be worshipping a dead name, a dead god, and he would not gain any new power from them. And that is the nutshell story of Corlin.
And that is why he is known as the bitch god of crow.
Did he do anything to the Kuatoa and the Kobolds? Or was it just a Kinku that he...
He was doing a little bit of unwinding on everybody, but he did most of it to the Kenku before Bast stepped in.
That's why the words, you are different in this aspect. Very different.
I don't know why I'm different, but I guess I am.
You are a special boy.
I can't help but wonder if, I've had those weird dreams and that vision, so maybe it's him trying to contact me, maybe it's something else. It's hard to really say.
Travis Corlon, perhaps? And he looks over at Alice. I wonder if it's Bast.
I've been beginning to wonder that too. I may have to talk to Elise later.
I hope you enjoyed the sermon.
Very much so. I need a pamphlet so I can praise you.
Yeah, I will make. I will make one.
Later that night, there was one of those really bad church TV episodes where it's please pay money to the nomad so he can heal all your ailments.
This is definitely what we need. We need to give the Mind Flayer more power.
And then I buy a plane.
Perfect.
Are you cut off there, Frank? You need to give what?
You need to give the Mind Flayer more power and worship. All right.
It's okay.
Moving quickly, because I don't want to spend the whole session in this library. Is there any other last-minute research topics?
If there is, can we just talk about it later?
Yeah, we can.
Like if I-
We can come back to this retroactively if we think of anything
Yeah.
that you guys wanted to do.
I have a research that I want to do, but it's not in the library.
Okay.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I just wanted to take some time and do some experiments with that wax sludge
Ooh.
stuff that I got.
Absolutely.
Basically, I'm trying to figure out what properties cause it to kind of be kind of malleable and then harden,
Sure.
and if I can reproduce something similar.
Okay, excellent. Give me. You could do Arcana. You could do chemistry tools. You could sell me on a toolkit. Hit me with some sort of roll.
I am back at the end with Gale. I doubt there's anything I can do to help, but if there is, I will help.
Sure.
Here, break this for me.
All right. You take some time while everybody else is at the library to just sort of analyze this and run experiments on it. You cut off pieces. You throw it at a wall. You put it under fire. You try different types of elemental damage on it. And you learn a number of properties. The first is that it reacts to any sort of physical or forceful impact by hardening, kind of like that weird putty stuff that we all made as kids. But it seems to stay harder longer, and it forms this very resilient shell. You feel like with the correct implementation, you might even be able to make some sort of bizarre armor out of it that is just like reactive armor that is flexible, but then when it's needed, it becomes hard in that area. In order to soften it, exposure to magic will generally cause it to become softer, but then it builds up a resistance to magic in exchange. And out of all the different magics, you notice that fire is the most effective. One of the big things that you learn about it during your research that wasn't immediately apparent is that it has some degree of self-reconstruction. If you are able to permanently damage it with some sort of magic, you probably would find this with lightning damage. It does slowly regrow over time. Fire, on the other hand, seems to stifle this. Damage dealt by fire is permanent.
Interesting.
Trying to think if there's other useful things you might get from this. Again, I guess we can treat it kind of like we did the other research thing. If you have a specific question about it, with a 27, you would get 5 specific questions about it. That you can kind of just stockpile or bank if you come up with anything.
I'll message you something in a little bit.
Cool, sounds good. Nordo, what's up?
Just at some point in me and Gale's little evening in the inn. Hey, little dragon, you got time for a question?
Yeah, sure.
This might be a little bit strange, but your friend Marvel, if you could get a message to him and say anything or ask anything, what would you say?
Well, I guess I just want to know if he's okay and where he is, and what happened. Probably also say sorry for leaving.
That don't make sense. I was friend Nomad got the stuff to be able to use his magic, try to get a message to Leah, and I was just trying to decide what I'm going to say. I guess that's about what I'm thinking too. Hey, last night when you were saying that you felt like you weren't strong and you couldn't fight like the rest of us, that was all just the drugs talking, right? You don't really believe all that.
Yeah, that was just the drugs.
That's a terrible insight roll.
Deception roll.
The worst deception roll.
It's so weird watching Drake play a character that is like a lawful goody two-shoes who can't lie.
It's very difficult. Emotional level.
I have to imagine.
It's fun, but
Well, I think you're doing good work, and I'm glad to hear you don't really believe all that stuff, because It's obviously not true. We wouldn't be where we are today without you. And we will find Marvel, same as we'll find Leah. I do believe all that.
Thanks, Nardo. Do you could you stand over there for a second? I want to test out this new bullet idea.
Excellent.
Sure thing. Do I need to rub some of that wax on myself first?
No. So, what my end goal is essentially, I want to like fill like a vial with this wax and shoot it at somebody so that it like hits them and then solidifies and like restrains them in some fashion.
Sure, okay.
Like the Spider-Man web balls or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I like it. It's basically force-activated hardening compound. Give me Tinker's Tools or an alchemy check.
I walk over to wherever Gale points and get inside my shell.
Alright, this is a prototype. You feel like you can probably do better with a little more time to experiment. But you kind of have Nordo stand up and hold his hand up, and you line up a shot with a vial. The first thing that happens is you notice it spreads a little wider than you intended. And it kind of covers, like, not only his wrist and his hand, but a good decent bit of his forearm, and even up his arm a bit. It does hurt a little more than you were maybe expecting, Nordo. Like, there's actually a little... It's not enough to do a full point of damage, but it definitely stings. And it throws your arm back a little bit. And you do see that it immediately hardens and sticks kind of to the places where it hits. So he's, like, covered in this, like, plaster right where everything hit. You get the feeling that with a little more work, if you were to concentrate it into one area, it would probably be better for, like, sticking, like causing an actual restraint or a grapple effect.
Yeah. Like, I mostly just kind of want to, like, it doesn't have to be large or anything, just something that would, like, you know, trap somebody's hand so they couldn't open their hand or something.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You feel like you're heading down the right track, just a little more work and a better roll, and you can do that.
Cool. Yeah, and I'll continue to keep an eye out for any materials that I think I could use to kind of, like, recreate this stuff. Or
Absolutely.
something similar.
You guys spent a good time down there. I'm assuming that you've got at least, like, a couple buckets of this stuff.
Yeah, like, I hope I have a decent amount for at least experimenting.
Cool. Yeah, over time you might be able to, like, synthesize it or create a similar material with different materials. You can definitely keep looking into this and start working on something like this. And I'll get some actual, like, stats written up at some point and have you do a check to see how much you're able to make.
Sick.
All right. Real quick, jumping back to Ace and friends at the library. What's up, Ace?
This will be after we're done with the library. I want to talk to Elise later on.
Okay.
I'll try to make it quick, but if people have this stuff they want to do before, then I can.
Sure. I do want to make sure real quick. Moat, what you got?
Sorry, so this is at the library. We can do it in between sessions because we don't want to spend all night here. But Samson Tomarello, I want to look him up too.
Yeah, give me investigation.
Do you need
I can-
help? While I'm
Do I
swimming?
have the librarian with me or anyone else with me?
I can help.
Ace helps. Okay, cool.
Do you want me to roll for it instead? Okay, never mind.
Yes, please.
It's too late.
Too late.
That's also pretty good.
But that said, 17 is pretty good. You don't find a lot of information about Samson Tomarello, except for a news report that someone by the name of Samson Tomarello went missing about 35, 40 years ago, something in that ballpark. And he was a young boy at the time when he went missing. They never found him. His parents always described him as, like, very reckless and the adventuring type. He was...
God damn it.
Was he good at everything? Was he great at everything?
Wasn't, like, great at everything, no. But, yeah, it was he went missing when he was about 8 or 9 years old. Nobody ever really found him. There was a big investigation because his parents were kind of, not wealthy, but they were well-liked by the community. This all happened way over in Seattle, is where he was originally from. But yeah, he went missing. He was never found. That's the only thing that you're able to find associated with that name.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Interesting.
Real quick, because I want to make sure that this gets done this session. and we'll come back and do other things real quick. But when you guys swing by after the library and pick up the candle, it is ready. It is this enormous, ornate candle that is just cut into slivers. It looks like a blooming flower of some sort, but then coming out of this flowery base is a tripod made of bones. It looks like femurs, and then resting across this tripod of femurs is this just perfectly spherical kind of candle wicked ball. Per is delighted, of course, takes the candle, hands over an egregious amount of gold for it, and then skips along back to the hotel with whoever is accompanying him, and then comes to you, Yule. It's like, okay, are you ready to do it? Let's do it.
What are we doing again?
I'm gonna help you. Help me find, who are you looking for?
Well, I mean, you said it's your mom, so.
Yeah, and also, Delica, the girl at the place. I can help you find her.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Alright.
Alright, so he takes you over to the hotel room with whoever else happens to be there, which is...
Yes, I join for sure. I don't know who
wanna
else does.
see
I think everyone joins for this,
Sure.
just in case.
Alright,
I'd like to go and buy stuff for,
sure.
but I join.
Yeah, we'll assume this
We'll just say I
happens...
bought it.
We'll assume this happens kind of late at night, and we'll jump back and do shopping and stuff afterwards. But he sets this candle down, along with just a meticulously arranged pattern of, like, 100 smaller candles. There's candles fucking everywhere. He pulls out candle after candle from this bag, and he begins lighting them one by one. He's like, okay, you put your hands here, and I need a little blood.
Alright.
Okay. This is gonna hurt. And he pulls out this, like, kind of crooked dagger, and kind of pierces the palm of your hand. And he takes that, and he kind of rubs it between his fingertips, and then over the wick of this large central candle. And then he's like, okay, alright, here we go. Close your eyes. Close your eyes.
I'll close them.
Alright. The rest of you watch as he kind of strikes a flint and steel and lights this central candle. And he closes his eyes and he focuses real tight. He's like, he starts to shake his hands. And then you watch as Yule and Patches both begin to kind of flicker. This faint, like, translucency, like you can see the other candles through them. And then there is a little bit of a cold wind that rushes in towards this large central candle. All of the smaller candles snuff out. There's a puff of smoke that kind of swirls around both of them. And then you watch as Yule seems to kind of drift and waver as if she was made of smoke until her colors mix in with the rest of the smoke. Her body seems to kind of fade away. And then Patches takes a deep breath and inhales. And then you watch as this kind of spectral image of Yule extends out from between his shoulder blades, looking over his shoulder. And he opens his eyes, and he turns around and looks up towards you, Yule. Says, oh, did it work? Are you... Oh, it worked! It worked! Are you in there now?
I mean, am I?
Yeah, so you feel your body getting kind of light and incorporeal. It starts to swirl and twist, and you feel yourself kind of pulled almost through Patches and then back out from behind him. You feel like yourself, but you look down and your hand kind of passes through your own arm. You kind of pat yourself in the chest and the side of your cheeks, and it passes through. And it kind of feels like you're a ghost of some sort or something, but you feel like yourself.
He killed her. Now we're going to kill him.
No, I didn't kill her. Look, I can get her out. And he focuses real hard, and he kind of shakes, and he squints his face and scrunches up his nose, and then you feel yourself being sucked back out, and eventually projected back out into your normal body, sitting across from Yule.
What
How-
exactly are you
How would this
trying
help?
to...
Wait, sitting across from myself?
Or sitting across from Patches, sorry.
Oh, okay.
So that's a neat trick, son, but what does any of this have to do with you getting home or us finding Delica?
Well, now I can do this. And I don't know, Yule, what's a fun spell that you have? What would Patches be attracted to first?
My spells
Yep.
or Patch's spells?
Your spells.
I'm gonna roll Arcana. May I roll
Summons
Arcana
candle.
Sure.
to figure out what the fuck's going on? It's really weird shit.
Can I make an insight check also to see if he's doing something malicious or if he's just
25.
quirky?
Sure, go for it.
I mean, probably none of them. None of my spells are really Patches themed spells. Maybe slow?
I can see that. One way or another, just to prove that he has formed some sort of a connection, you watch him kind of concentrate and begin to cast a spell. And Yule, you feel something kind of running through your spine, and you feel the mana drained from you as he casts your slow effect. And he kind of giggles as everybody like slows down and talks funny for a second, but then he drops concentration. See, I can use your powers now, just like I could use Dad's.
Who's your dad?
Oh, he's not here.
That doesn't tell me who he is, though.
Yeah, I know.
Where is he?
I think he's in another world. I'm trying to get back there.
So how is this going to help
Well, now I can
us
fight,
find delicacy?
right? I can use magic now.
You all right, Yule? That looks like it. Did it look like it drained something out of her, actually, before I say
Yeah.
that?
With my Arcana.
So, okay.
Yeah, Arcana insight check as
So,
well.
so here we go. Going through these Arcana and Insight checks. Ace, he doesn't seem malicious. He probably should have like asked permission first, but he's a little bit of a brat, and why would he do that? It seems like he is genuinely trying to be helpful, and the only way that he knows how to be helpful is to channel the magic of people that he's related to, and he wants to be able to do that. And as far as you can tell, he was just successfully able to do that. Nomad, you've seen similar things. You've seen rituals, especially like Warlock rituals, where one creature summons the power of another creature through some sort of a strong bond or link. That's the closest thing that this feels like. It feels a little strange for just one mortal to do it to another mortal. Especially like this kid who can't be much older than 18, 19. But, here we are. It feels familiar. It feels not familiar, but it feels similar to that. Yule, I'm going to send you a thing so that you have a better understanding of what is going on here.
I understand. In order to feel useful, he must leech off her magic power and cast her spell.
He must lich off of her essence.
I'm still not entirely following how this helps you get home, son. That's the idea of all this, to get you home, right?
Yeah. I mean, I gotta have magic so I can do something.
Right.
Anyway, that's all. Now I can help adventure with you guys.
That
Excellent.
was not the arrangement, kid. I'm not sure we're understanding each other right.
What are you talking about?
I think we were pretty clear about the fact that we were looking to find you a way to get home so that we can go back on about our business.
Well, sure. I'm not gonna find home by sitting here.
He has a point. If he is going to follow us around, at the very least he can help. My concern is that he seems to take Yule Sea's magic. Mana consumption is a very serious thing.
Yeah, it's
Well, I see what you're saying. But out of character, if I get access to his spells too. Whew.
Oh.
You also get to use my body. And let's face it, you're getting pretty old. You're probably gonna die soon.
I mean, he has a point.
Wait, is Yule C could become Patches and then we deal with Patches in this campaign?
My plans
Forever.
coming together.
You
I
promised
will
back.
unironically kill Patches if that happens.
I really
know.
just want to see Yulsi and Patches talk, but Sochi doing both voices constantly back and forth. That's what I
They
really want to see.
combine into Yule P.
All right. While he is reading and exploring all this, and Patches looks a little bit weary, we can jump back into shopping and other research and stuff.
I just buy flowers. That's about it.
Easy enough. Definitely flower shops in town.
I just grab like the most colorful ones I see. Like, what do you recommend for someone who likes flowers? That's all I say.
Who likes flowers?
Is this somebody you have an affectionate spot for? Is it family? A coworker? Flowers have very specific meanings, you know. You wouldn't want to send the wrong message.
Oh, what flowers say? I appreciate your company. Thank you for not killing me or running away.
How long have you known this person?
Like 2 weeks. How long have we known How long have we known each other?
It's been a few weeks, like maybe a month or two.
About a month,
I see.
approximately 1 month.
These are fairly... I think these are up to the task. And he takes you over and shows you some of these kind of bright orange flowers that have yellow streaks across each of the petals. Says these are a symbol of friendship and appreciation. Not romantic in any way or familial. Just a symbol of gratitude and appreciation. Sounds appropriate.
Yes, I would like to buy one of those. And can I get one that shows appreciation, gratitude?
Sure. Specifically, thanks for
Um,
something done.
Thank you for not doing something.
Something. Okay, that's it's a little vague. Restraint. Thank you for showing restraint. What do I have about
Yes.
restraint? Here we go. Perhaps a bouquet might be in order here. Let's mix some of these because these show appreciation. With some.
Oh, can I have them separate?
Yes. Of course. However you like. And he kind of guides you over to these blue flowers that kind of have these white frosted tips, and they're in a very closed, tight bulb, almost like cabbage that's being squeezed together in a little bunch. It's like these restraint, the silence kiss. It's often given for keeping a secret, things like that. Sounds like it could be up your alley.
Secrets. I have many of those. I would like these. Are any of these poisonous?
Poisonous. To animals, yes, you wouldn't want to give any of those to children or cats or dogs or anything of that sort. Suited dragons
Are children
Children
the same-
animals.
Yeah. Children are the same wavelengths as that.
I take it you don't have any of your own.
No.
Well,
He thinks of Ace.
just keep them out of reach of anyone young.
Okay.
Yes.
They're not meant to eat it, right? How do you prevent them from being poisoned?
Don't eat it. Is generally enough.
Oh, that's fair then.
Yes. We try not to stock anything that's too terribly toxic. It's unsafe, but all the same, these will make you quite sick, and small creatures, a small cat or even perhaps a small dog, could die if they were to ingest a large quantity. But no, I'm not a poison dealer. Just a botanist.
Sorry, I'm back. Botanist. I like botanist, he just says, and then he offers money.
Sure.
How much is this?
He'll get you checked out. He'll get you like a good set of flowers. It's a little pricey here because elves, but 8 silver.
I hope it's on the gold. How much is it?
8 silver.
Oh, that's not so bad. I have 8 silver.
Hey, can you give me Patch's inventory
I sure
Hot.
can.
for reasons?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Moat, what's up?
Demi from the Samson thing. I'm good.
All right. Nordo.
Real quick, while we're doing town shopping, is there someone around here that whittles wood?
Absolutely.
I'm just looking for someone to make me, or if they already have it on stock, that'd be fine too. Just a little figurine of a lion.
You take a quick look around town, and you find a human woman, a little bit kind of short, red hair, wears it back in a couple of pigtails, and she seems to run a carpentry business, but she does a little bit of whittling, and you can actually see out in front of her store. There are several logs that have been either whittled or carved and painted into different shapes.
Any of them lions by any chance?
Give me a luck check. See if she's got anything ready-made or if you're going to have to special purchase it. She does, actually. She's got a lion. It is about the size of a softball. It's painted kind of just this bright white with little golden streaks across the mane. Bright blue eyes. Little lion statue.
How many doll hairs?
That one is going to be 4 silver.
I will purchase it.
All right. It's all yours.
That's it.
Let's see. Back to you'll see.
The sheet doesn't have like all this stuff on it.
Right, yes, I need to throw that on there. Basically, all you need to know, he's got his armor, he has his cloak, he has a coin purse that has about 12 gold in it, and that is pretty much it.
I thought he gave all 20 of his gold to the candle lady.
He does have an empty sack that no longer has any candles in it.
Why are your stats so shitty? How dare you not give me my beautiful patches?
I actually didn't know what beautiful patches' real stats are. I'll take a look. We'll sort something out.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure that you were not getting just a free massive stat increase, because I think the real patches has like a huge stat increase. So
some of the stats, but yeah.
You would know.
No. Well, also it honestly even out because like his bad stats are like charisma and my good stats are charisma.
Yeah.
So I think honestly it would average.
Yep. Also, noticeably, the card weakened him significantly.
Well, yeah.
In addition to taking all his possessions.
Well, yeah.
All right. Ace.
This is in case everyone's done with their town stuff. I was going to talk to Elise.
Yeah, I think we're kind of just doing roleplay, winding things down a little bit.
Yeah. Last thing, how much is a bird feeder?
Bird feeder, I mean, if you just want like a simple little box, probably 2 or 3 silver.
So much a box. You know those like blocks made of sesame seeds or something?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of like those.
Sure. You can get some seed that's been bonded together by like some sort of a syrup or something like that.
Yeah.
Pretty cheap. Probably 2 silver.
Yeah, I'll take some of those. Thank you.
When you guys kind of start to settle back in, Elise does eventually say, we go back to Thorngrove, yes?
Yeah.
I believe that's the plan. We talked about stopping by Caldus for real myth, but it sounds like Basadiva's errand's a little more urgent.
I see. Okay. I can be ready.
Islands are falling from the sky.
Yeah, I'd like to check this soon if we could.
Of course. Don't want to lose home.
Yes, Mo?
What's up, Mo?
So sorry. After I leave the library, I head to that temple to Adra that you said I passed.
Yeah.
I just offer my like assistance anywhere they need it, and just kind of spend the night, kind of like helping out at the temple.
Sure.
Doing the whole paladin thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
ask him for guidance if I can find some.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, good.
no, you first.
They are happy to have a little bit of extra help. They're happy to see a member of the order. You would know that a lot of these temples to Ager are pretty small. It's like a well-known god, but it is not super. It's not a popular choice against the population. Just because there's a lot of kind of like duty and responsibility that goes along with it. Whereas a lot of the other gods are like, oh yeah, just worship me, that's fine. With that said, they definitely appreciate having help. They have a couple of sick people that they could use some lay of hands on. Even just like, doing the chores around the temple is appreciated.
Yeah, whatever they need, mana or lay on hands wise, I will provide.
Yeah, they have 2 people that they've been kind of monitoring. They didn't want to invest lay on hands until they've had a little bit longer to kind of just make sure that it didn't go away on its own, because they're trying to conserve, because they're kind of low level. But for 10 points, you can heal both of them up just fine, get them on their way.
Excellent.
Cool. They're happy to pay for your service. Let's see. They will give you a gold and a half for your help overnight.
Perfect.
And they've also kind of made it clear that if you need somewhere to stay or hide out, you have friends here. Let us know if we can offer any assistance or blessing or anything along those lines.
Of course, happy to help. That's it. Does anybody know anything about Samson or Firebird's Roost while I'm working around?
Oh, that's a good question. That'll be unlikely, but maybe.
Sir, that's you.
They've never heard of it.
Cool. Totally fine.
All right. Anyone else have any other business that they want to handle tonight?
Yay!
Yeah.
I got these here flowers.
All right.
I'm gonna take one of them, the thank you for not running away one, over to Elise.
Oh,
And I just
what is this?
these are a gift for you.
What for?
Because you are our friend. And you said you liked flowers.
I do. They're very pretty. Thank you.
You are most welcome.
I haven't seen this kind. What is named?
What did he call him? I don't think I got him.
Ah, shit.
I just repeat whatever he called
Right.
there.
Yep. Why do I set
The
this shit up for
botanist.
myself?
The botanist, wonderful professional,
One of them was something secret.
called them this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, don't have many flowers back home.
Nor do you water.
Mm.
But for now, and he's like, he gives her a cup of water. Like, you can keep them in this.
She'll take it and she'll kind of put them in there, and she'll set it on the little, just the dresser next to one of the beds. And she'll kind of get them spruced up, and she appreciates them tremendously. Her face kind of lights up for a few minutes after that.
Yeah, and I tell her the meaning of the flower. I did not know flowers had meaning.
It didn't either, mostly. I know they have uses, make medicine.
Oh, warning, do not eat any of these. They were... I was told they were poisonous.
Poison. Okay. Poison. Don't eat. Alright.
To be completely honest, I did not see the point of flowers until I was told they had... It is like another language. I know so many languages. Now I can speak in flower.
2 whole flowers.
My power grows.
Nordo. Speak animal?
Yes, friend Nordo can speak to animals. I do not think it is quite a language.
Is, Strange. Good. Good. Strange.
Very helpful. Intriguing. But the bird can communicate with natural creatures, not to the same extent.
Communicate?
Yes, and then I say it in Sylvan.
Oh, yes. Communicate.
You are getting better at that as well.
Thank you. Slowly, but yes.
Would you like for me to make you a spreadsheet to work on?
Spreadsheet.
It is like a little book that you answer, and it teaches you how to speak common better.
Book teaches common better. Yeah, sure.
Simple common. Yes. I will work on that sometime.
All right. Once she kind of like sees the idea of what you're going for, she does kind of like stop you, and she actually shows you her journal where she's written down like some of the words that she's learned, and it's she writes down the word in common, and then she quickly scribbles it out in Sylvan. But you see, she's also got like little pictures next to each of them.
Ah, it's adorable.
Some of them, anyway. Some of the important ones.
You have made great progress. I see. You are about 30% of the way there.
Oh my god, I don't know if she's that.
You are about 15% of the way there.
I was gonna say, I don't know if she's that fluent yet.
Yeah. Approximately 14.3% of the way to fluent.
Yeah, what is it? Like you have to know the 300 most
Conversational.
used words, conversational, or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Conversational versus fluent. Yeah.
Ace, I think you had something too, right?
Yes. So first off, when I leave the library, I'm going to go back to my room, and I rip out a page from my journal, and I try to fold it into a paper bird.
Okay.
Do I need to make a roll for that at all?
No, it's easy enough.
Okay. And then I'm going to go find Elise.
Okay.
And when I get to her, I was like, Elise, do you think you could help me with something?
Sure. What help?
And I show her the bird, and I'm like, I made an offering. Can you help me talk to Bast? I just need to ask her a question. If she doesn't answer, that's fine, but a request maybe? I don't know how to pray to her. But I changed something into something different.
Okay. She... I try to learn the same thing. Sometimes I think it works. Something I don't know. We can try. What do you want to say?
It's kind of long, I guess. So I can say it. I just don't know. Maybe if you're here, since you know her better, she might listen.
Sure. I forget. You do actually speak Sylvan fluently, right?
I do not. I have been working. I have the anthropology feat, so we've been kind of communicating, and I've learned a few common words along with her learning common.
That's right. Okay. And she's obviously helping with this because you're helping her figure out common. She makes it very clear to you as you work on this that she's kind of still figuring this out too. She knows the basic tenets of Bast. She knows some of the basic religious practices. But yeah, she'll help you kind of set up a little bit of, not really an altar because you're in a fucking hotel room, but she'll help you pray. She'll help you kind of go through the motions, and she'll say, typically they do this, they say these words, and she'll guide you through it. What is it that you were praying for?
So I start praying to her, and I'm like, Bast, I know what Coraline did was unspeakable, and that he's rightfully punished. I can't feel too horrible about it, though, because if he hadn't, I couldn't be who I am today. I'd just be, I guess, some bird. And I have a lot of questions, and I've had all these visions, and I don't know if they're from him. And I know that you were rightfully so to, I guess, make him fall. But perhaps if you could just let me speak to him, I have some questions, or maybe speak to anyone. I have so many questions, and I just don't know where to go from here. If not for him, for me. This offering's small, but that's all I can really do.
Okay, she kind of guides you through this, and she throws in a couple of just small prayers of her own. Says a few things. Give me a religion check and a D100.
Movies are good.
All right. You pray and you feel kind of calm and at peace. You feel that you've opened up. You've made a little bit of a moment of vulnerability. You've asked for help. The gods are out there. They certainly heard you. Nothing happens right away. There's no immediate response. No, no spells cast. No divination offered. Nothing like that. But when it's all said and done, she kind of pats you on the shoulder. Says, sometimes they work slow. Hard to know what will happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for helping me, Elise.
Of course, friends.
Friends. All right. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm assuming it's like dinner time or something. I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
I like smoothly segue my way out of her room, so I'm just awkwardly sitting there with her.
Yep. And honestly, it's kind of like a big. There's a couple of side rooms, but there's a big open area where most of the people are hanging out for the rest of the night anyway. We kind of regroup there. Did anyone else have anything that they wanted to do tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, hit me.
Is Vasu around? Vasu! Hey, Vasu.
He's sleeping.
Hello.
Friend Vasu, you are very sleepy, it seems.
What's up?
That is good. This means you are not being kept up by your thoughts. I brought you something to eat. And they give him, like, the bird feeder thing. I noticed you like seeds. I am very perceptive.
Oh no.
It
Vasu
had...
kind of take it and look at it for a second, and I squint.
Yeah, it's just like a brick-sized block of bird feed.
Like
that's...
it's suet, right?
Yeah, it's
Basically.
suet. Yeah.
Bird feed stuck together with like not good peanut butter or some gross shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or honey!
So Vasu looks at it for a second. He squints. He looks
Really
back,
healthy.
expects no man. He's like, thanks. That's real thoughtful of you. I'm sure Chu would love it, and it'll keep him out of my good seed.
What? But this is for you. Do you not like it? Was my
It's-
perception wrong?
I'm a real picky eater. I do like to have my my oats and my seeds and my honey like separate, but
Separate. Understood.
I'll pick off a piece of it and try it.
I mean, it's...
Taste.
like eating dog food.
Yeah. It's edible. It's not poison. It tastes like you're eating, like, cardboard.
I mean,
like a
it's
little bit dusty.
not bad, but
Mediocre. I will strive for a better snack next time.
no, I really appreciate the thought, and I'm sure Shu would love it too. Kishi can get in on this.
I was gonna say Shu and Kikishi both kind of like
Kishi rushes over.
I imagine Shu's just been like staring at it from my shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh well, they can help
Owls
themselves
can
too.
rule.
Yeah, let's find a nice spot to hang this where we don't mind them getting seeds and shit everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I just thought you would need something to take your mind off your islands falling off the sky.
Oh, yeah. Nice of you. Thanks, pal. Pat him on the back a couple of times.
He pats it back. It's very awkward because he doesn't know how to comfort people very well. Yeah, Fiero! Yay! Alright, you're a metal bird eating as well.
The familiars swarm Fossy's gift.
For feeding all of our pets.
Yeah, we fed all our pets. And I'd say, would you like to meet my pet?
Sure.
I got him recently. And I reach into my sleeve
Oh
and he
boy.
pulls out. Yeah, what appears to be just a very small brain.
A very small what?
Brain.
Oh, that's.
And then it sprouts legs and scuttles around.
It's real cute.
Yeah, this looks immediately familiar to all of you who are in the Finna security tower, except it's a lot smaller. It's about the size of a softball, and it's got these little crab legs that, let it skitter around, kind of like an intellect devourer, but smaller.
I hate it.
That thing is very unique for a nomad.
This is a nibbler. An intellect nibbler.
He's very cute. I like him. What is his name?
Intellect nibbler.
It is an intellect nibbler, so perhaps Nibbler?
I like it. It's straight to the point.
Very
Couldn't
creative.
have gotten yourself like cranium rat. Started with like a rock or something.
I think it's very
find,
fitting.
I could not find a cranium rat, and rocks do not think, unfortunately. Not the ones that I found.
Can that
That's what makes
thing?
them such good pets.
That thing can't eat brains like the ones we saw before, right?
Oh no, it's perfectly harmless. I have to basically eat the brain first.
And then
Oh.
Mama Bird feeds it.
Oh no, well, you see, it doesn't have a mouth. This does not require eating at all. It does,
Nice.
however, have what are its stats actually? It's got telepathy or
Let me
something.
go pull them up real quick.
Yeah.
Still not sure.
How happy does
Being yummy.
Nomad look?
He does say happy a lot.
Does he look like he's like his tentacles are like wiggling? He's just so happy about his pet.
Yeah. He's so wriggly and curly. Like they're making corkscrew and uncurling.
I approve. I think it's fitting.
I couldn't love it more.
Wait till you see what it can do after I eat a brain.
There you go.
There it is.
I'll get you a sheet set up for it at some point.
Thank you. So small. It's better at performing than I am. No, it's not. It is stealthier than I am, though.
So if you eat someone's brain, it can take over that host.
Makes him into a
Yes.
zombie for a day.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Me too.
Can carry bodies around or something. I love it so much. I can't wait for it to die instantly.
Was this from a spell,
Brain, it
or is
just
this somewhere else?
Way into
Find
their
somebody-
skull and neck pilot.
What was that?
If you eat someone's brain, Nibbler just kind of slurps their way into their soul and like
Yeah.
neck pilots them.
Pretty
Yeah.
much,
Love it. I hate it.
I
Just
really
make it funny.
should name it Shinji.
Yeah, do it.
Get into the robot. Shinji.
Stop. Are you his dad then? Do you not love him?
Proceed with haste into the corpse, Shinji.
Nice and quick, Shinji. His name is Nibbler. But yeah, after that, when everyone has like sort of calmed down and gone off slowly to sleep, he finds Flick.
The Nibbler or Nomad?
Nomad. The Nibbler just goes into Flick's bed and curls up with him for no reason. No,
Not familiar anymore.
yeah. Nomad finds Flick on his own. Like he knocks on the door or whatever, wherever. I think Flick has his own room in the same suite. We're still in the suite, right?
Yeah, we're still in the suite.
Yeah, I think Flick took like a big room to himself.
Yeah, I remember him taking like a giant king size bed all to himself.
Yeah, I feel like that's in the room. So yeah, he's gonna
I
knock
don't
on.
remember doing that, but okay, I'll say I did that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Naruto's sleeping in the fountain anyway.
Correct.
Yeah, he knocks on the door. And he say, "Are you on your own?"
I hope so.
May I enter?
Sure.
The door opens, and it's like he didn't open it; it just opens on its own. And then he walks in, and then it closes behind. And he pulls out flowers from behind. It's the second bouquet. Hello, Flick.
Hi. I see you have flowers there.
Yes, they are for you.
Oh. That's nice, but why?
I remember sometimes when people mourn, they bring flowers to the. And you have nearly died. He holds up finger once when your head started aging, and before that when you jumped off a ship.
Yeah, and then a couple times after that.
And a few more times, yes. These flowers, they mean restraint. They mean gratitude. I am just happy you failed.
Oh, thank you for not dying, flowers.
Yeah. Yes, they are my gratitude for your massive failures.
Thank you.
If you
Nice.
had succeeded at least once, you would be dead now.
That's true. It's probably a good thing I've failed that a couple of times. Thank you, no man. He has a genuine smile on his face. Just here, I'm
He
gonna go
says,
get some water from the fountain and put these in it.
please. And he puts the flowers. I hope you have a good night. And please continue failing. To die, that is.
Of course, that's my goal.
And he stands still, doesn't know how to leave without making it extra awkward. He just does. He attempts finger guns and just finger guns all the way out the door.
There's like this awful cracking noise of each knuckle as it snaps forward.
God.
Moat, what's up?
At some point, I get back to the room and I want to try to find Ace/Ace's room.
He's around somewhere.
I'm probably in my room.
Cool. Just knock on the door.
Who is it?
It's a Moat.
Come on in.
Open the door real quick. Hey, no big deal. I haven't had a chance to tell you in person, but thanks for all you're doing for Nordo. He's had a really bad time, and I know that he really likes you, and he needs that in his life. So
It's my pleasure. He's a great person, just like you are. I'm glad that we're all friends.
he's almost more than that, but yeah, that's it. I just want to let you know in person. I appreciate all you and Nomad are doing for him.
No, I don't plan to stop. So
How'd you and Nomad wind up meeting?
Well, I was hunting in the Underdark. Well, yeah, I was hunting in the Underdark, deep in a cave. There's like a little rock slide, and I got trapped. Like half of me, like my bottom half was trapped under a rock, and I was just sticking out, and thought I was gonna die because it's spooky down there. And all of a sudden, I just see this illithid coming at me, and I thought I was gonna die, but then he just set me free and just walked away. I had to follow him though because the cave entrance was caved in because of the rock slide, and we've kind of been together ever since then. Why do you ask?
Interesting. I just it's kind of irrelevant. I've never met a mind flayer before, but I've met somebody from the Order who had met a mind flayer before, and kind of similar to you and Nomad. And I don't know. It seems kind of
Really?
coincidental, I guess.
You met someone in the order who knows a mind flare like Nomad?
I mean, like in passing, we weren't like that deep. It was closer to when I was being, initiated. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I was just I've heard tales, and I don't know.
He's
You're
very different from Illithids, that's for sure. Especially all the stories I've heard, and from what I've heard from him, he's very different.
yeah, yeah. Well, you're really brave to take the chance on him. Not in a bad way, just you're really brave.
Thank you. I mean, when I first met him, I just got this feeling like I should follow him. Like he seemed like he was alone, and I
Yeah.
understood that. So
Yeah. I guess I don't know, never really had to be alone, but I'm glad you were there for him.
I'm glad he's been there for me, which I'm endlessly thankful for. Even if he gets us into trouble.
It's not that much trouble. Nothing we can't handle.
Yeah, it's usually fun anyway, so I can't really complain. He's really funny.
Anyway, that was it. I'm gonna head back to my room.
Yeah. Thank you too for, I don't know. You obviously saw the mind flare and didn't even give it a second thought to just giving him a chance.
The balance works in a strange way.
I guess so.
All right. Anyone else have anything they're doing tonight?
I just finish up learning that spell and then go to sleep.
All right.
What kind of dreams?
Did
do
my
you
letter
have?
get sent earlier?
I assume you get stopped by the post office. Yes, you did. All of your letters did get sent. I think I have text from everyone except for Flick.
Yep, I have not given you it yet. I'll do that now.
Yeah, hit me up whenever you get a chance. But you guys have mailed it out.
Did I not tell you that I sent fan mail to Nomad from an anonymous source of mail?
Do you?
No, I can't feed his ego. It's too dangerous.
I
Excellent.
have fan mail.
Yule, as you're kind of sorting through all of your mail later on. Oh, hang on. He's eating. He said to hold on. I think he might have a thing for this. Okay, so as you were sorting through all of your mail, most of it, as you suspected, is just fan mail. You do find that several of the packages are like, here, I made these cookies, let me know what you think, I can give you the recipe if you want. I know it's not as good as yours is legendary, but I'd be honored if you tried my cookies. Stuff like that.
How much is anthrax?
Do you, I mean, that's up to you if you actually want to trust it or not.
I'll decide later.
Okay. As you're kind of pouring through all the letters, though, there is one that pops out to you. It is a letter from one of your daughters, Bo C. And that night, Yule and Nordo, as you slumber, share a dream that you, I don't know, what is the pun? What could it possibly be? But both of you have this vision in your dreams overnight. You're in this kind of sprawling, grassy field, and you look around, and you can see that there are sticking up from the earth all around you these massive stone towers that kind of curve. And at first it looks like they're just spines of rock sticking up, but eventually you realize they are massive rib bones. And you can see that there are vines crawling up, actively growing in front of your eyes, from the grass all around these rib bones. And you can see that there's just this wave of beautiful flowers that kind of spreads out towards you as you're kind of looking over the scene, hovering like a ghost in this dream. And you just kind of hear this deep but warm and comforting voice. It says, "The death of one, the life of many. Death brings life, life brings death, death brings life. And it's kind of just this very ephemeral, kind of hazy, abstract dream that kind of comes back a couple times throughout the night. But you both wake up feeling very well rested. And Nordo, you have learned a new thing.
Sweet Jesus.
Patcha!
When patches or you, oh my god, it actually is like patches. Jesus fucking Christ. When patches or you'll cast a spell that targets you, you can use your action to spend hit dice. My god,
Keep you alive.
this is huge.
That's amazing.
Really is.
Really good. This
I need
text is
to write
tiny.
this shit
I
down
know, I'm so
somewhere.
sorry, it's all really tiny.
Just make it big.
Yeah.
Because we have to have so many more for everyone.
Yeah, there's got to be room for
Yeah, we
everything.
have to have 8 under each person's box. I understand.
That sounds excellent.
7 probably.
No, there's one with us too.
You
Get,
get
like,
one
a
from you
personal
get one from
level up.
yourself.
Who knows, man? Either way, that is the only thing that happens overnight. Everything else goes pretty uneventful. And unless you guys have any other plans in town, you can kind of set up shop and get ready to sail north towards, back towards Thorngrove. Nordo, what's up?
Yes, please.
Just very first thing in the morning. Is Elise also a morning person?
She's maybe a little bit ahead of, like, she's, not like a super morning person, but she's up at a normal time, maybe a little earlier. She likes to make breakfast before work.
Gotcha. I just get with her at some point in the morning, aside from everybody else, and reach into my little pouch and I pull out that little lion figurine, and I hand it to her and I say, "For your little lion, Shabalazad, nostalgic."
She takes it, and she kind of looks it over. She gets a little misty-eyed and doesn't really say much, but she gives you a nod. And at first she kind of like tries to, straighten up and take a deep breath, but eventually decides against it, and puts her arms around you. Tiny, tiny little tabaxi body, compared to, fucking Nordo. But gives a hug. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're all a family now.
I hope I can protect this family.
Just put a hand on her shoulder and say, "You're doing a fine job so far. Now, if you excuse me, I gotta go talk to friend Nomad for a minute."
Okay. Thank you.
Just give her a little nod, another little hug, and then walk to go find Nomad, and I'll sort of wake him up if he's not already awake, and I don't know if he... I open the closet and sweep the milk out of the way.
Yeah. You find him just passed out in the corner of the closet, covered in now disgusting milk.
It's curdled. It's just
Mostly just whenever Nomad emerges from his closet lair, Nordo immediately is nervously sitting around waiting for Nomad to wake up, and as soon as he does, runs up to him like a kid on Christmas morning trying to act cool, and is like, is it ready?
It's ready.
Oh, did we get a short rest?
Good morning.
Yes, you guys do complete a short rest. Again, this is not updated for 6 because I'm a terrible DM. There you go.
Let me just give myself that.
Yeah, me too.
I just figured the magic was probably important for now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, now I have enough magic to cast some things. It is ready. Do you perhaps have her likeness? Her
Yes.
name?
I do. He pulls out his sketchbook and he flips to a page that's fairly close to the start of the book, actually. and it's a sketch of a turtle that looks quite a lot like him, maybe just a little bit shorter, but pretty similar in appearance. He reminds you that her name is Leah, and he says she wouldn't know me as Nordo. She'd just tell her it's her little brother trying to get in touch with her.
I understand. You have 25 words. While I'm preparing the spell, would you like to compose the letter or the message?
I've got it right here, and he pulls a page out of his book.
Excellent. So he reads it, counts out the words.
Yep, I'll type it up real quick.
Let me prepare this morning. It takes 10 minutes, so you're probably like, oh my god, 10 extra minutes?
Pretty much. He also definitely looks like very, very nervous at this entire prospect, and definitely says to you, like, if you send it and we don't get a response, what does that mean?
Perhaps it means she has changed enough that the way you drew her is different. She looks different to the way you drew her. It could mean that she didn't want to respond despite having received a message. It could mean that she's in another plane of existence and I failed to send a message to her. We can keep trying and we can try different pictures, or when I learn how to read your thoughts, you can send me your thoughts of her directly.
Nordo reads between the lines enough to know that you're leaving out the fact that she could also just be dead, but he doesn't mention anything about
Oh, Nomad doesn't believe she's dead.
That's good. Nordo said that it's bad enough that he probably still thinks you think it's a
Yeah.
possibility.
Nomad's just like, no, I am competent enough that she can't be dead when I'm sending messages. How dare she be dead when I'm spending mana on her? But yeah, after a while, he reads the message, and then the spell is prepared. Let me just remove, for now, flight. Yeah. I'm removing flight and learning sending.
All right. You're casting Syndic.
Mm-hmm.
Targeting
And Leah.
We are using, let's see, you are using the described tier. Go ahead and give me the message first.
There's
It's
the
right
message.
above.
Okay. Nomad, whisper me a d20, and then roll a 2d6. And the 2d6 can be public if you want.
Okay. D20, yeah?
Yep.
For the whisper. There's your whisper. And public 2d6?
Yep.
I don't know what this 2d6 means because I
This is how
didn't read the
many
room.
important words we don't get back from the message.
Gotcha.
Oh.
Ooh, that's bad.
All right.
Oh, basically half.
All right. Let's see here. Okay. A couple seconds go by. And this is your first time casting this spell. It's a sensation that you are familiar with by reference only, but have never experienced firsthand. But when you start to channel your energy into this message, you just hear this blustering, arcane tempest in your mind. And you can feel that there is this tunnel that's trying to be driven through this tempest towards some target, towards someone somewhere out there who's trying to hear your message. And eventually, you feel just this tiny little this prick, this mote of connection of consciousness that you link to, and you try to send this message, and some of it gets through, but you feel like a lot of your message is just lost in these winds. You hear this howling static in your mind, and some time passes, and you focus, and you try to listen through the noise of this storm in your mind, and in return, you hear just a raging wind. There is just faintly, almost entirely muffled by the winds and the storm in your mind. Hello? Try tomorrow. And you just get little bits and pieces and scraps of words here and there. But everything else is totally drowned out by arcane wind. And you feel the spell wrap up and close.
Was it hello, try tomorrow?
Vaguely, that's kind of what you heard, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I look up at Nord, and using this new wait, then now that I think about it, we never rolled to finish this choker thing.
That's a good point. Whoever made it can go and give me a Tinker's Tools or Arcana check. Or Jewelers, if it's a jewelry. Yeah, it's jewelry.
Yeah. It's jewelry. I can work on it. Sure. Here's mine. 17.
Yeah, it is satisfactory. It effectively allows you to communicate in a voice of your choice by thinking into it.
Okay.
And it does not require attunement.
Cool. Can I mimic the voice that's in my head?
Yes. You basically get to choose one voice when the item is created, and that will be your voice. You can
Okay, my head voice.
Yeah, so you can simulate other voices about as well as a person could mimic someone else's voice. So like you could try to act with it. You're not limited to just this one monotonous voice.
Yeah.
Notably, the sound comes from about your mouth, but it is technically illusory sound. So it does ring up as magical and would potentially be like registered as an illusion if that ever becomes important.
Yeah. I can be like, hey, I'm mute. This item helps me talk.
Yep.
And like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, from the illusory, choker, we have to think of a name for it. Now, Nomad tries to emulate the tone of Leah's voice. Not so much the voice itself, just the tone. Because he's not very good at those himself. Just doesn't know what tone to use when pertaining to the emotion that he's feeling. But this is someone already using a tone, so he copies it and he just says, yeah. Hello, try tomorrow.
So you heard her. She answered.
She answered, but there is so much static. Fucking Verizon.
But
No,
she's somewhere. She got the message.
She received your message. She is alive.
He just collapses.
Oh no, I've killed him. He kind of walks over and tries to help Nomad Nordo back up. It's like, no, this is a good thing. Your sister is alive.
Yes, it's I got it. That's it is a good thing. It's a very good thing.
I promise you we will get a better reception maybe some other time.
Thank you. Thank you, friend Nomad. I wouldn't be able to know where to start without this.
Anything for you, friend Nordo. Better reception at the top. Yeah, the airship. We have to go to the airship. Also, I may need more likeness.
And more mana.
And more mana. It's 5 mana per pop, man.
That's like one whole short rest.
Yeah.
Once Nordo takes a minute to collect himself, he is walking around with a big smile the rest of the day.
Yay!
The rest of the day leads you quickly back to the docks. This tall building where you go through more of this administration and elven bureaucracy before you're eventually approved to take off and fly. And finally, with that, as you kind of undo the airship and drift back to the north, you are free of this terrible elven city.
What? No, I like this place.
I liked everything except for the Elven Bureaucracy Simulator.
And the racism, but you know.
I loved it.
I loved it all, to be honest.
For the record.
And we got our team attack.
Yay!
One of these days, we're going to use one of these things.
No one has yet.
I was going to say, they're a little hard to set up at first, or I shouldn't say at first, that's spoilers. Anyway.
Oh.
For the record, did I see Yule in the dream? Or did we each just have dreams of the same setting, but neither of us saw? Because I know, like, Flick and Nomad saw each other in their dream, but I don't know if Moat and Vasu did?
They did. They had that dream when they were fighting stuff in the ice.
No, that was like an actual thing. And then that night they had a dream where like a flaming wing flew out of them or something.
We saw each other.
Okay.
You saw Bones. I think Yule's gonna die.
Yeah, let me double check a thing. I think you just saw Bones.
I saw the massive rib cage of a rat folk.
Yeah, both of you saw this vision, but neither of you saw each other in it.
Great. I have no reason to know that had anything to do with Yule, and I say nothing about it except been doing hard drugs for 2 straight days. And by that I mean very soft drugs.
I was gonna say, I don't know if weed counts as a hard drug here. I mean, that old woman offered you cocaine and you turned it down.
I'm just dying for an excuse for Yule to just target me with a level 1 spell so I can try it.
She'll probably heal you at one point.
I'm sure she will. But she could do it just right now.
She could.
But then I'd have to spend a hit dice on nothing.
Exactly. I also bring that little bird I made onto the ship with me. I like take it up to the ship with me.
All right.
Unless it like burst into flames when we were praying.
No, it's still there. It is still folded up, nice and safe.
Does it change shape?
No, not anymore than it already has. But with that, on I believe today is it's Wednesday because it's no longer, or it's Thursday because it's no longer Wednesday. You guys set off towards the northeast, following some of this grassland towards Deltana, and then eventually a hop, skip, and a jump over towards Thorn Grove. That is where we'll pick up next week. It's getting pretty late.
How many days pass?
Let's see. The trip should only take a day, assuming that everything goes smoothly. Traveling over land is a lot safer than traveling over the ocean. There's just a little gap over the channel that you guys have to deal with. Mm-hmm. Something could happen there, but we'll roll for that and figure it out tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but next week.
All right, guys. I'm going to head out. I'm sleepy.
See some of you guys on Saturday.
Yeah.
From where?
I'm
Can't wait.
going to literally get off work and then going to go do D&D on Saturday. So I'm
Can't
excited.
wait. It's going to be a hell of a session.
We're all going to die.
You might all die.
Don't die.
Probably. We're probably gonna die.
We'll see. Okay. Bye, guys.
Later.
Speed.
Later.
Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna dip out too. Bye.
Later.
Bye.
Same.
Oh, bye. Love you.
Bye, everybody. Love you too.